Hi, friends. How's everybody doing today? It's Sunday. I'm excited to play more Zelda. Hi, friends. Hi, driver. So, I lost a little bit of internet last night. What did I get from McDonald's? Just cheeseburgers. Just cheeseburger. Um, so as you know, Jack, come on. Last night, my internet decided to do the thing that it's been doing for the past few nights, and it decided to reset itself, whatever. So, I left the shrine that I was in, and I continued my quest towards hi Porly. I continued my quest towards Zora's domain, and I arrived at Zora's domain, and that's where I stopped. So I am in the shrine in Zora's domain right now, and that's where we are. So I just moved a little bit. Mazinga, Porly, I did your thing. Okay. So you're welcome. What do I do with these? But what does it do? It just lights up and then does what? And does what? That's 100% better. That's 100% better. I appreciate it. Mm. Oh. What? Am I supposed to stack these? No, I lied. I lied. Why did I make you? Why glow, though? Why glow, though? Hi, Laws! I saw you- I literally saw you log in, on Nintendo as I went live. I was like, oh, there's Laws playing- playing Zelda. I don't... What is the what's the glowing, though? I don't know what the glowing is for. You know? Okay. First of- I know, I got it. I told them that it was dumb. I don't understand this. I don't... I don't understand what these slabs do. I don't... Okay, I am actually asking anyone in chat if they know what these slabs do. Oh, wait, they can stay elevated? Oh! Okay, never mind, I know now. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. See, there it is. There, in fact, lies the trickeroonskis. Then we hit this, so it floats. And then we move the whole thing to where we need it. Look at that! That's always what happens, isn't it, Laz? That's always what happens. As soon as I ask, I always end up figuring it out. A lot of times, I just need to, like, I don't know, verbalize it. Like, I just need to say, like, what does this do? Glad I could help. You did. You helped so much. You helped so much. Okay. So now we have floaty platforms. And a ball. Which needs to go... over there? Yeah. Okay. Okay. How's everyone's Sunday so far? Uneventful? I have not found him yet. The second plane. What did he say? He said he was going... I think he said he was going east. Would it be better if you had some McD's? McD's nuts. McD probably does sound really good right now, though, right? Okay. Oh, hello. You played the Diablo 4 beta and you got the limited cosmetic. Is it fun? I've never played Diablo before. What does this do? Does this not do anything? It does. See? Oh, I figured it out. Alright, let's get this first. Let's get this first. Oh, they're not on. Since she like Destiny, I mentioned like, really? I want to play, but I don't want to pay 70 doll hairs for Diablo. Diablo's 70 bucks? Oh, everything's 70 bucks now. I don't know what I was asking. Oh, I don't think I can make these. Hold on. I don't know if this is enough platforms here. Yeah, they're all 70 though. That's what sucks, is everything is 70 now. Alright, can I yump? Yump. No. Yump. Yep. Yep. Right, needs to be just a little bit lower. Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay. Yep. 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 Oh, you almost didn't yep. Okay. What is? Arrows? I'll take it. It's fine. Okay. So now, what we need to do is we need to make a little thing for this to hop across, because you hit here. I'll just look. The ball is going to get yeeted across. You have to take all these platforms here, and you have to make a little thingy for it to go across. Hi, Sully. How are you? Welcome in. You're gonna have to essentially skip the ball across. Alright, how low is that one? Let's see. I think that might be too high, actually. And that might actually be too close. I might not need it that close. Okay, so it only goes to this second square. Often the quests hold actual functionality. Oh, I'm wondering, should I give it a tiny bit of lift like that? Oh my god, wait a second. Do I not even have to do this as difficult as I think I do? Oh, okay. Is it not getting enough force? Not getting it. Heading out the door for a kendama session. Ooh, thank you, Bee's Knees. How are you? I keep forgetting how often this quest hold actual. Yeah. You're doing a thing to. Oh, the camera. I almost forgot the camera was even a thing. I'm loving this. Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is one of my absolute favorite games. I love it so much. And this takes a lot from the first one and, like, just, you know, accentuates on it and makes it better. It's so fun. Oh, should I arch up again? Is that enough, do you think? Let's see. I'm wondering if I do 2, like, upward angles, it'll have enough angle. Oh, see, it went completely over the second one. Went completely over this one, so let's push it forward a bit. Okay, let's try again. Nope, still is going over it. What's up there? Is there anything up on top of that? No, there's no ladder. Okay. Got a few clips I want to get on the Ken today. Oh, nice. Fingers crossed. Well, good luck, Bee's Knees. Really good to see you. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay. Did I get more or less arch with the second. Let's see. Oh no. Me too. It's so good to see you. It always makes me really happy when old Twitch friends come in and they're like, I just wanted to come and say hi. And I'm like, you're thinking of me. Keep your PC from falling asleep? No problem. I'll do my best. Do my best. Listen here, PC. I think I do want the second angled piece. Let's look again. See, because now it's just hitting that. Okay. Excuse me. What if I go further up? What if I go like here? I honestly don't know. This one might take a while just from trial and error. Oh, okay. Nope. I don't think that's right either. I don't think any of it's right. Wait, is this the angle? Is the angle? This one is tough. This is the second one that's been kind of giving me a little bit of a headache here. Okay, so it still isn't... Not enough... That's... I'm confused, though, because I feel like it's still not enough force, you know? Like I know in Breath of the Wild, you would, like, skip rocks to get koroks. And it's kind of the same concept, but I'm not really sure how. Alright, I don't think it's this one. Let's move this one for now. This one. Here. What I can't tell is if I should be using angles to raise the ball more. Alright, so now, how do I get... Like, how do I get over there? You know? I don't know. Oh my god, this fucking fly is back. Why did that one go... Oh, is it... Oh, I also have to put it in the center. Okay, hold on. Oh, so close. How do I get the last one over there? Like... Like, I need this pillar or platform to be able to get over there. So I don't understand how I'm supposed to take a platform and use it to get over there. You know what I'm saying? Is this gonna be like a multiple step thing? Where I move the platform to where I need it to like pick me up and then rewind time? Let's try that. Okay. Recall this right here. Okay. Now. This better fucking work because I don't know if I'll be able to replicate that again. Oh my god, go face the right way! Oh, it's too far. Health check. I'm currently eating. I have water right next to me. I think we're doing good. Alright. You know who's not gonna be healthy, though? This fucking fly. Alright. This isn't it. Boop, boop, boop. Why? It was right there. Is it too far to the side? I mean, these are a little not centered here. If we're being honest. We will pine cone in just a moment. Okay. I am a spectator. Okay. Now, let's get this one. Make this one nice and straight. And then we'll get this one. Man, I wish I could reach the ball from... Oh, I can. Yeah, but then I'll be in the way. Alright. Oh, I could just carry the ball across all of them. Ugh. Why is it losing it on the last one there? Alright, I think I need to watch from a different angle here. Wait, why didn't you hit? Oh, whatever. Oh, how come that time it worked? Alright, that's fine, because I can fly across from here. That's fine. That's fine, because then we'll just do this. Just Ultra Hand this over to us, right here. And then we'll rewind it. And then we'll just hop across our little platforms. It'll be fine. Okay, and then we go up, up, whoa, up. Okay. Amazing. So good. The best around. How many do I have total? How many are there total? Is there 120 again? Okay, so. Was that 20? Did it say 22? There he is. There he is. There he is, guys. Husbando. Are we ready? Are we ready to go talk to Husbando? Husbando time. My body is ready. Steph, there he is. Steph, there he is. Look at him. He's right there. Steph, look. Steph, look. He's right there. We're so close. We're so close. Your boyfriend? Husbando. He's right here. He's right here, baby. Look at that armor.
Is it really you?
Look at that snatched waist.
It's good to see you, my friend.
Look at his fancy. He's so fancy. Oh, I've been far too long. I received word that you had gone missing, and I was beside myself with concern. Snatch his waist. Whatever could have transpired. Yeah, but he's like Ken doll smooth. What could have transpired? Look at the poo just like melting in the back. Oh, you can't see. Hold on. Look at the poo just melting in the background, guys. It is totally taking this beautiful moment and making it not beautiful.
Hello, David.
Hello, David. Just the melty poo in the background. To think something like that could have taken place beneath Hyrule Castle. Have you seen Hyrule Castle? It's the most haunted and unlucky place in the entire universe. And afterwards, you mysteriously awoke on a sky island. The sky is the key to everything? No. My snack is a strawberry and cream pie from McDonald's. I've actually been wondering if those floating sky islands could be the source of the falling poo. Hmm. So I've tasked a Zora historian investigating ruin fragments and all historical documents related to the sky. As for me, I'm not at liberty to leave this spot at present, as am I uniquely qualified to deal with the sludge. No, it's sludge, but it looks like poo. Right? That looks like poo. You see, old friend, this place is the source of the water that flows into Zora's domain. Wait, this wasn't in the last place, was it? The last game? That's why I must use my power of water manipulation to separate the sludge from our water in order to clean it. If I cease, then the sullied water will flow into our beloved home, and there will be much pain and suffering. Yeah, sludge. From an overflowing septic system from the Sky Islands. It is. It's straight just dropping from the Sky Island. I cannot afford to leave here. Okay. That is one big pile of shit. Yeah, probably. Jai Hoto. Okay. Tata Lake. My dearest friend. Her boyfriend. Hi, boyfriend. Hi, boyfriend. Oh, heal me. Heal me, baby. Heal me. Look at that. Look at Link just like looking up at him. Look at him. Look at him. Just looking at him like, oh my god. We're just gonna chill here for a minute. We're just gonna chill here for a minute. This is so peaceful. This is a vibe, right? This is a vibe. Oh, book. Oh, Total Lake. That's where I need to go. Bring lots of splash food. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. I did warn you guys. There was gonna be a lot of coughing and clearing my throat this week while I'm on vacation. Because my allergies are fried. My allergies are so bad. Oh, and a hydrate. I did my hydrate while my thing was off, but there we go. I'll do it again. Alright, so wait, I need to talk to him again? He's still my quest marker.
Oh.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah? My dearest childhood companion, and much more. She's my fiancé. Saw each other often, but life got in the way. Okay. A tad awkward. To this situation at hand, we've barely spoken, okay? She's been an immense help in easing our struggle. I'm so grateful for her kindness. I feel like it's a cover up, right? The princess elsewhere about to relate to the floating islands of the ruins. Okay. Yeah, totally. I know. You told me already. This is truly a burden. I'm using my ability to manipulate the water to separate the clean water from the sludge. If I cease... Okay, I know that. It's brutal being unable to help you with the investigation. Still, please do let me know. Okay. Why are you still my quest marker, though?
Ah.
Why is he still my quest marker? But this is still my quest marker. I don't know where fucking Doto Lake is, though. Oh my god, it's over here. Oh, I don't have any things left. Oh wait, I can get rid of the red one. Man, that's annoying that my quest marker is still over here. Quest markers are supposed to mark where my quest is. Bitch. Oh, the poo. The falling poo. Alright, where do I have to go? Over there, okay. I don't think I can make it, but let's go as far as we can. Let's go as far as we can. When am I gonna... Oh, that poo almost struck us. Wait, was that a... Did you just fall from the sky? Wait, are you gonna actually go far enough up? They never go far enough up. Let's see if this one will. This one might go up to this island. No, I don't think it's enough time. Yeah, it's not gonna be enough. Oh, okay, Poorly. See you later. Yeah, see, I can't get all the way up to those. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I have to go literally where the string of poo is falling. Like, that's literally where my quest is where... Oh, look, korok. Where the poo is actually falling down. I love that for me. I love that for me. Okay, close enough. Close enough. Yeah. Can I touch the poo water? Can. Okay. That's a lot of poo. Why? I just have to figure out how to get up there, I imagine. Alright, where's the dude? There's a fat guy there. This can be lifted up. Whatever this is can be lifted up. No, don't touch the poo. Oh, I can't lift it. Do I have to throw a thing? Okay. Now I can lift this. Oh, here you go, sir. I found your stone thing. my god, I hate these things. There you go, sir. I found your thing. Before I even spoke to him. Oh, I control it now? Uh-huh. Writing resembles waves on the stormy sea. Written by our Zora ancestors. Our secret lab, how comfy are they? They're the greatest thing I've ever sat in my life. They take a minute to get used to because they have actual lumbar support. So it seems like it's stiff, but it's not stiff. It's just like actually shaped the right way. And it forces you to sit up properly, which is great. And I love it. I love it so much. So worth. Expensive, but worth. Did you not see me fix it? Holy shit. Bro, you are very unobservant.
Ah!
Stand upon the land of the skyfish, and behold its lofty view. Among the floating rocks you see, a droplet waits for you. Through this droplet, shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. Do this task, and you shall reveal a most wondrous thing. See the watery bridge's resting spot with your own two eyes, that which connects the Zora to the people of the skies. Huh. Okay. Shoot an arrow through the droplet with the king's mark. Very interesting. Very interesting. Do I shoot the poo? Is that what I do? Do I shoot the poo? Wouldn't understand.
Oh.
That's a while back to admit to the sludge. I'm not to leave here. Okay.
Ah.
He hasn't, though. Don't worry. Shoot the poo. Shoot a droplet of poo. It's pooing from 3 places. You just randomly got back into GTA? That's one game I never got into. They put the same car you're buying into GTA? Like the devs did it, or like somebody modded it into it? That's fun. I feel like GTA could be fun. But also at the same time, I'm like, meh. One of the brand new cars. That's pretty cool. So like they're just, are they consistently updating 5? Is that what they're doing? Like, is 5 just like continuing to get updates? Milk and 5, yeah, it makes sense. There's a lot of bad guys over here. And then I'll support on 5 will end, yeah. Oh look, there's another thing! Those are scary. Like, not even fighting them, those are scary. Alright, so I can delete that. And then I want to pin this thing. And then I want to mark it with a big fucking danger sign. Also, part of Red Dead Redemption 2 will stop. Really? When GTA 6 comes out? Are they making another Red Dead? Whoa. Yeah, right? I don't want to go over there. I do want to go over there, though. What is that? Is that like a little roller coaster? It's Terrytown! Terrytown is still here. Wait, so isn't the Great Fairy Fountain, like, right there? Oh. I want to go to the... Alright. We're gonna go to the tower first, and then I think we're gonna go to Terrytown. Actually, we might not make it to the tower. Look at that roller coaster, though, right? What are those? Those are all new. All that right there is new. Because that, all of this right here, used to be filled with guardians. Oh, there's a shrine over there. What are these? Why is there just building stuff here, I wonder? Rando building stuff. Oh, korok. Look at the choo-choo. Oh, I don't have a weapon. Oh yeah, because I threw my weapon, that's right. Alright, so have we figured out? See, yeah, there should have been a Great Fairy Fountain right there. He's gone. Here's Terrytown, let's go here. Yeah, all that right there, that's all new. Let's go there after. Oh look, there's all these things! It's like a little extension of Terrytown. Look at Terrytown, it's so cute. Hi, friends! Oh my gosh. This makes my heart so happy. Look at the babies! Where are they? Where are they? Look at them, they had babies. They had babies. Hi.
Oh.
She was talking about how, like, perhaps you're overthinking it. Do understand. I know you're worried about Madison moving. When Ari told me that Madison has been acting real cheerful, I can't help but wonder if she's, you know, just putting on a bold face. After all, she's going to be picked up soon.
Oh.
Please, if you keep acting like this, it will only make it more difficult for Madison to leave. This is a once-in-a-lifetime journey for Gerudo. We should support her and give her a grand send-off. You're right, of course it's a special journey, and we should do something big for her.
Huh?
A customer. Welcome to Hudson Construction. Let me guess, you're in the market for a dream home. As a surprise, our unique modular building style lets you put rooms together to create a big home. But I'm so sorry, we're still not ready to open for business. Wait, it's you.
Oh.
Look what it is. It's sure been a while. You know, thanks to you, Terrytown is doing real good. Nowadays, it's the kind of village that welcomes folks from all over to come live in peace. Oh, and we have a daughter. Looks just like her papa. She's wonderful. My little Madison. Hudson, you've got to get it together. Sorry, I've got to go. We're kind of busy right now. I'm gonna go back to work, Rodson, but don't worry. I'll try to think of something nice to do for Madison. Madison's independence. Look at her little baby. Look at them. She's so cute. Hello. Savak, you're so cute. Look at your little hair. Are you a friend of Papa's? I am. He's gone for a long time, but now he's back. Gonna be moving soon. I gotta go make sure I play with Papa and every son else a whole bunch while I still can. Oh, that's so cute. Okay. Oh, it's not a cave. It's a fake cave. Oh, is that monster elixir? Yeah, monster extract. Dazzle fruit, bombs, okay. I'm still very poor though. Hi, Obi. Alright, this is the inn. Let's mark this on our map. Oh, what did I do with this one? Did I do this last time? I think I should do this. Okay. We were headed... Where? Oh, here's this. Wait, how do I get on here? Oh, I see. Hi. I thought it'd be valuable when I picked it up, but this weird rock is giving me creeps. Oh my gosh, I need the weird rock. Give me the weird rock.
Oh?
A small fee to use a real car.
Ah.
20 rupees? Hmm.
Ah.
Give me the rock.
Oh?
Mm. Mm. Do they, laws? Okay.
Mm.
50? I still don't have 50. Just give me the rock. This guy is for real trying to sell me. What are you doing, GG? Why are you making so much noise? I wish I remembered, like, a lot of recipes. Okay. Man, I need supplies. Holy crap. Dang, like I really need supplies. Hey, I think I need to do like a supply run in Zelda. Okay. I need more health stuff. Alright, I need to start cooking some some elixirs, I guess. Let's see. What have we got for bugs here? Okay. Alright, one of you. And then... you. And then... this is nice. I like this one. Sticky elixir. That's nice. Okay. What do these do? A gloom resistant effect. So do I have to make an elixir with this? I'm gonna guess it needs to be an elixir. This might be a dubious food. Okay. So... so how do I cook with this? Oh, it's cook. It's not... okay. What's this guy do? Glow. I have so much glow stuff. Like, I don't need glow stuff. Defense. Speed boosting. Okay. I simply just need stuff, honestly, is what it is. Okay. Alright, let's use this thing I spent my last rupees on. And then we'll go to that tower. What if I just never stop it and I just keep going forever? Okay, perfect parking job. Yeah, no, I figured it can, but I just meant, like, for as much crap as I, like, am trying to, you know, I don't have any stamina, I don't have any health. I have, like, 900,000 glow things.
Ah.
This little bitch did not tell me. Sorry, I can't talk to you. It's raining. Okay. I've already used like 100 of them.
Oh.
Let's be people. Hi, Bubbles! This thing fell from the sky. What is it and where did it fall from? Watch. Watch me go use this. Watch, bro. I'm about to blow your mind. I'm literally about to blow your mind, bro. Watch this. Alright, give me new stuff. Give me new stuff. Oh, a control? I want a control. So, okay. Do I have to go up to the sky? Laz, you might know this. And you can actually answer this. Do I have to go up to the sky specifically to fight Zonai? Dig Dog Bridge. Each area's contraption are different. Okay. Eris, I see everybody. Look at all my friends logging into Zelda. It's so funny. I feel I need to ceremonially award you a big discovery. Oh, thank you for a flower I could have just picked myself. Okay, you can learn more. Try talking to them. Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice booty shorts. You know what the weird thing is, though, Bubbles? Is, like, that's not what they are. Like, in the menu, like, they're not. They're supposed to be something else, but when you put them on... So, like, if I change my shirt, it changes. If I change my shirt, they change. Like, I don't understand it. See, now that's a skirt. Oh, look at his little skirt. See? They're like bandages. I don't understand it. I have to put my pants back on so I'm not in like shame. Ow. My nose. You mean the fight the contract? Yeah, aren't those like zone? Isn't that where you get Zonai pieces from? The skirt? I know. The skirt is kind of cute. Oh my gosh, look at him. Look at him. Look at his little belly button. Okay. Gigi, come here. You're making a lot of noise. You okay? Come here. Stop. I can't pick you up when he comes back. You drive me crazy, little miss. You drive me absolutely crazy, little miss. Little miss thing. Little miss thing, you drive me crazy. Right, where's it going? That tower right there. What is this? This is all new stuff. Wait, can I just grab these things? Like, yes, I can. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. I'll help. Here you go. Babe. What are you doing? You're literally not getting those french fries. I know. I know, but you're not getting them. You're not getting them. You're not getting them. I know, but you're not getting the french fries. Just relax. Ow! Ow! Gingy! Huh. It's like, I know, she just climbed on my boob. Oh my gosh, look at this one. I love her.
Wait.
This isn't what we agreed to. We left the desert and trekked all the way here because you said we get to drive a vehicle like no one's ever seen before. And now that we're here, the only vehicle you've got is some piece of junk that no one can control. What kind of fools do you take us for? Mwah. Okay. Like I said before, I'm working with Hudson Construction to make vehicles out of the Zone devices and other debris that fell from the sky. Yes, it's true. We haven't figured out how to control these devices. That's why we asked you here. We're hoping professional racers, like the two of you, can offer some guidance. So what's it? What are you even talking about? We're racers, not scholars, okay? Don't try to confuse us with your fancy words.
Oh.
You found nothing among these Zonai devices capable of controlling your vehicles. None of the devices we found here in Terrytown work. All right, dog, you win. Okay, you win. Don't cut me out of this little chit chat. Don't you say those thingamabobs are from the Age of Legends? Don't try. You trying to tell me something that old and rundown is still useful? Please. Oh. As important as the racer, though. Okay. Bye, puppy. I love you. Yeah, she was being a little punk. All she wanted was my French fries. She didn't even want to love me.
Oh.
Help us what we'll do. Okay, so what you're saying is You need one of my things. So what you're saying is you need me to come in and save you. Do not touch. Hold on. I did it. It's perfect. You had to, yes. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seems like it could be used for steering things, doesn't it? Okay. I shall show you. Quickly, I must see. Get everything ready for a test drive. Okay. Here and here and yes. Okay. So it's gonna be an obstacle course. Obviously. Obviously. Okay. Don't let go of the steering device or go too far, of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is it just 4?
Oi.
Okay. I have 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes to get back here. They gave me 3 minutes to do that. That's crazy. Don't you think? No one who loves racing could watch that and not feel excited. It's funny. We can barely run to the next phase. Okay, must figure out the sonar devices. Okay, and kind of need your help. Okay. Down payment. Oh, look at that! 100 rupees. Now I can go buy the thing. Ooh, a regular stable bed. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, you're sending me away? Oh, jeez. Okay. To your 10 race project, and I can finally just do that. They're funny. I love these two. What's this? Is this a hot air balloon shop? Cute. Alright, let's go get that tower. I might need to make a cup of coffee, guys. It might be coffee time. Yeah, I might do that. I might go back up to Terrytown. Just so there's something like nice and cute and whatever. And I'll go make a cup of coffee. Look at all these broken ones. Can I just like build a bunch of stuff with all her shit and just steal it? Like, can I? Oh, here's the steering thing. See, are these wheels, are we assuming that these are little wheels? No. They don't go anywhere. Alright, well now it's gonna fucking go somewhere, chat. See, this does roll. Amazing. Amazing. The rocket's a little short-lived, though. Just a tad. Thank you, lady! I appreciate you. Alright, so... how do I... okay. So we want them to be... this way. Hey, Trem. Welcome in. How are you? How's the day? Alright, this way. Wait, hold on. Move out of the way. Move. Move. Wait, where are you going? Making an off-road scooter. I'm just kind of experimenting with some of the vehicle building mechanics here. Because, so I just discovered that each region has different building materials that go in like their little gumball machine thingies that we find from time to time. So now I'm just kind of fucking around with the new building materials that I found. But I can't get this to get, like, how do I get this up here? Alright, hold on. You. Oh wait. Can I do this? Alright, can I get you to go? Wait, come here. Here. Ooh, these are gonna touch, aren't they? Oh, maybe they don't? I think they touch, but it's fine. Last one. What works? Okay, so then can we... is there anything on here that we can put that makes it go faster? There's 2 fans. I'm not sure the fans will accelerate in this particular instance. It goes a little faster with the fan on. Not Not a ton, but a little bit. Oh no, I died. I have to wait. Oh! We're not waiting. Wait, why? Wait, does it have to be green for me to be able to drive it? Just a second. Wait, just a second. Bye, guys. Yes, you can increase battery capacity, but it's very expensive. So you need to trade in. You need to trade in your monster pieces for so it's like you need to trade your Zonai pieces in for like Zonite, which is like a stone, and then you can trade your Zonite in to get like little. It's very expensive to do, and I'm thinking that it's not very beginning of the game type of stuff. I was supposed to go back to Terrytown so I could go make a cup of coffee, but we're gonna do it after the tower instead because apparently I have terrible video game ADD. I'm sorry. No, don't rain. Please don't rain. My arrow supply is still incredibly lacking. I have 9 arrows. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Nope. Please stop. Please stop, Link. So, my one thing that I don't want to say I'm, like, concerned about, but I'm curious about is... So, do you get the other 2 pieces of these armors? Like, do you get the other 2 pieces of climbing armor? Do you get the other pieces of these? Or is this, like, replacing the entire set? Because this is a 4 climbing gear. So I'm confused if we're gonna get the other pieces of it or not. Oh, an amaranth. An amaranth. Oh, it's broken. Sir, why'd you break the thing?
Oh. Ah.
What's the matter? Pants aren't required. No, I'm wearing a pretty skirt. Why took my thing?
Ha.
Okay, hold on. I might be able to do this. Get wrecked! Scattered across the world. Sounds like we need arrows. Oh, we do need arrows. Bruh. I'm the best around. I hope so. I hope you can get the full set. Okay, there's somebody else. One of my other friends logging in. One at a time. Everyone's logging in.
Oh. Ah.
Let's install. Okay.
Oh.
Really appreciate it. You're welcome. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome. You're welcome. Pushes the easy button. This thing is creepy. I don't like this. I don't like the little claws. Like, why? Why Doc Ock? Boing! Yeet. Oh, look at there's like a cube. Wait. Oh no, see, there's the labyrinth. Link can't attach, right? Like he, right. Surface. Okay. Sky. What's that over? What's over the beach? And there is a labyrinth in the sky. Wow. See, how are you supposed to get to some of these things? Like, realistically, how are you supposed to get to some of these things? Crotch shot. Wasn't going for it, though. Okay, so now we are actually going to go to Terrytown. I'm going to give you all a nice little view out over here. And I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. And I'm not gonna get distracted this time. Alright, let's go up here. What are you kidding right now? Towers, I guess? Yeah. Can I ramp really, really fast with my four-wheeler? Okay, we will. Alright, so let's look at the town. The town's very pretty. Here, we'll stand here for a minute. And we'll look at the town. And I am gonna make a cup of coffee. So I have a Keurig, and I'll be back in, like, not even probably 5 minutes. The town's so exciting. Next time I'll leave it on the pause menu. How's that? Thanks, Chem. Okay. Where should I go from here? Okay, I'm curious to know what the situation is over here, where there used to be a Great Fairy Fountain. There's a Great Fairy Fountain right up there, and it's clearly not there anymore. So why? I wonder if they're gonna get, like, political is not the right word. But, like, I wonder if they're gonna be like, oh, you know, Terrytown expanded and we knocked down the Great Fairy Fountain because we needed this for our shopping mall. Oh, wolf. Oh, wolf. I see you. I see you. There's no way! How many times do I have to hit this fucking wolf? There's no fucking way. It's just a wolf, dude. So, there's no way. It is. It's actually... So it's cinnamon flavored coffee, and then I put a scoop of vanilla cappuccino in it. So it's like a creamy... It's a stick? I know, but it's just a wolf. Fancy. Yes, good. That sounds so good. It is pretty good. So it's cinnamon flavored coffee, and then it's just a little scoop. Well, it's like a scoop and a half-ish of vanilla cappuccino. Steph, are you gonna get this when you get paid next week? I'm so excited. Ah! I hate these things. Fuck, 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 fuck. Do I have... fuck. Fuck. I don't have anything bladed. Were you... No, you know what's funny? Is, like, my parents used to ask me all the time to make drinks for them. I think I just naturally have, like, a good skill of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, just matching flavors well, I think. Okay, so I don't know how to defeat these things. Oh, wait, does fire work? Like, is fire a thing? Wait, no. Did I burn you? Look at him turn back at me like, what? Just burn already. You stumbled on Hateno? Yeah, I'm craving it now. I'm excited for you to get it. I'm really excited for you to get it. Games that I love when my friends get to experience them too. Alright, I like lost where I was going. Over here. I need to eat. I feel like that's how almost everything has been. In this, I mean, I vaguely know some map locations because of Breath of the Wild. Like, I know that there was a Great Fairy Fountain here, and that's why I'm kind of confused Yeah, see, this is where it is. It's gone. There's a korok here, though. That's so weird, and they're not even gonna explain why it's gone? Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Like, I was hoping there could be some, like, explanation as to why it's not here. I'm also curious if any of the fairies themselves explain. Oh, well, I've only found the one, and she wanted... Shit, what did she want? I didn't have it. Shit, what did she want? I can't remember what she wanted. She wanted something from me, and I didn't have it. Because, like, the Great Fairy Fountain that I found was in a new place. It wasn't, where any of the other ones were. Flute player, yes, that's right. Somebody who plays the flute. That's right. Not flute specifically. Yeah. So it's gonna be like magic for all of them. Oh, didn't roll! So we've seen all three now. We've seen all three dragons now. Alright, there's a stable there. And there's the stable shrine right there. Oh, there's okay, we're going over there. Where's the tower from where we are? Wait, isn't it right? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Travel. Oh, my coffee. Coffee. Coffee is so good. We're gonna drink quite a lot of coffee this week. Okay, go up, skip this. Okay, get launched. No, we don't need to get launched this far. Just a little bit launch. Just a little launch as a treat. Just a little launch as a treat. I'm trying to get this stupid fly, but it just flies in front of me every fucking time. I know, like, I understand that I am moving closer, but damn, it does not feel like you move at all while you're gliding. Or when you're falling, I mean. Like, I feel like I just fell straight down instead of going over. But I could look at the map and I was seeing that I was moving. It just really feels like you're not moving. Oh. That's new. Is that a pirate ship or something? Oh, it's loading in. It's like 3 pirate ships. Is this Sea of Thieves? This is Sea of Thieves! Legend of Zelda edition. Pricey. Ahoy! I know! I want to go there. Look at, I have such bad ADD when it comes to these games. Like, I'm like, look, shiny thing, let's go there. What's this recipe? Rice, meat, salt. We know that one already. need supplies. Like, I desperately need supplies. This is crazy. What is that? Are those graves? You can't. You can't, Trem. Look. You can feed the dog meat, which I don't have. Unless they added that. Hold on. If they added that from the first game. No, you can't pet them. I was gonna say you couldn't do that in Breath of the Wild. Hold on. Do I have anything I can give this dog? Do I have anything? Oh, I have one piece of meat. Look, you can get this whole ass prime meat right now, dog. Okay? Here you go. There you go. Eat that. Eat that. Nom 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 nom. Show me treasure. Show me treasure. Let's go. Show treasure. Show treasure. Why you no show treasure? Oh my god, are you following me? Oh, this is better than treasure. Let's go, little doggy. No, keep following me. Oh, look at him. Hey, look at him, little prance. Well, if there's treasure nearby and you feed a dog meat, he used to lead you to treasure. That may not be the case anymore. What does this say? What does this say? Stay back. Laboratory trespassers will be punished. Punished. Yeah. I beat them wolves' asses. Oh, 2 wolves? This might be tricky. Asses, go. Where's the other one? You ran away. Ran away. We'll get a spanking. Only if you deserve it. Alright, potato. Potato. Okay. Jochi Iu Shrine. Let's see. Let's see what the puzzle is this time. So far, there's only been one. I have to go back to it. That reminds me, I have to go back to it. But so far, there's only been one puzzle that I could not finish. Courage to pluck. Very interesting. Okay. So the ball... This is electricity. Do I grab this? No. Do I push this? No. Can I get this? Oh my gosh, is this Jenga? Is this Jenga? Guys, this is a giant Jenga. It's Jenga. Look. This is fucking Jenga. I cannot even believe this. It's Jenga. Like, this is crazy. Does this reach? Not yet. Okay. Alright, do we have any other centerpieces that we could pull? No. Okay. But can I get this treasure chest? No, not quite. Alright, so this one over here. I think we can get this one. I think we can get this one here. If we go very careful. Okay. You just have to know how to play Jenga. There's a centerpiece on the bottom. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this there. How do I get it up here? Is that where it needs to go? Hold on. Let me just make sure that I'm... Oh no, it is right here. Okay. I thought so. Okay. Wait, let me get this chest that fell over here. Wait, can I? Oh no. Oh, I can't. Nice. Nice. Okay. Open. Open sesame. Large zonite. Okay. Can I grab that? With the... Oh, perfect. Okay. We got this. You just needed to know how to play Jenga to beat this one. That was ridiculous. Okay. Okay. And done. Look at that. Look at that. I wonder how many people pulled the center ones out and made it topple over. Courage to pluck. Very clever name there, Nintendo. Ugh. Oh, that feels so great. I'm already getting sleepy. I've only been live for 2 hours. Holy shit. I feel like there's a smudge right here. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I got Windex wipes for this exact reason. Because I felt like my monitors were, like, smudgy. And then I bought Windex wipes. And I was like, let me clean my monitor. And then I never actually cleaned them. Clean, clean, clean. Do you guys want to get a little clean? Here, look, I'll clean you guys. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Nice and clean for you. Nice and clean for you. Nice and clean. Oh no, but that means that you'll be able to see my ugly. My ugly. You'll be able to see all my ugly. Okay, nice and clean. There we go. See, I knew I got those for a reason. Flick the stick. Is that what the original name for Jenga was? That sounds very clever. Oh, what was this? Oh, just a rat. Okay. So, can I use this? Oh, I can. I can use this in the same way, excuse me, that you could use stasis, where you could see... See, it's not as far away. But you could use it the same way you could use stasis to see where there's like supplies and stuff. Instant filter, amazing. Let's go morning. It's still raining, though. Why? I'm curious if any of the, like, supply farming spots are still around. Oh, look, there's a great fairy fountain there. Like, any of the places that you could go and get crafting materials. Like, I wonder if any of those are still around. See, the Great Fairy Fountain used to be a good place to get fairies, but I don't think that they are anymore. Wait. Where on the map is this? Did they change some map location names? This is the second fairy fountain that I've found, but they've moved. They're not where they were in Breath of the Wild. They're different places now. And I don't have what you need to open them. The first one asked for somebody playing the flute, and I bet you this one's gonna ask for somebody playing something that I don't have. So, I can't open them yet, is what the problem is. They're right here. They're right here. See? Endure a carrot. Oh, I have one. Oh, is she gonna open? Okay, she might open. Here we go. Okay, so I opened one. So the other one needs a flute player. This one just needed a carrot. Here she is. Here she is, Steph. Oh, it's the horse! This one's the horse! Oh, they moved her. Wait, did you not find her in Breath of the Wild? She's in Breath of the Wild. Okay, so when I looked right now, when I said, where are we on the map? And I looked at the map, it didn't say Horse God Bridge. So I was like, wait, where's the Horse God? Maybe this isn't the... I questioned it. And that's why I asked, wait, where are we on the map? Bring food, okay. Meals, bring some of those. Okay. Bring food, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. I see. I fucks with it. I see. That fairy's not sexy. Yeah, see, this doesn't say Horse God Bridge or anything. That's why I looked. I questioned it. Bruh, it's Danny. Hi, I just want to say I hope you have a great stream. Always remember, it makes Twitch so great. Never forget to thank you for making a difference in people's lives. Keep smiling. Thank you, Danny. That's very nice of you. And thank you for those bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Buff Horse up? Buff Horse up? I can't. I don't have the food. Danny, I hope you're having a nice day. Alright. Oh yeah, I was going to the tech lab, but I got distracted. So what we're gonna do... Oh no, I can go right here. That's right, I can go right here. I was gonna say, what we're gonna do is go back to the tower, but we don't have to go back to the tower. We can just go back to the shrine and not get distracted this time. What's that little banana? Do you guys see the banana? Hold on, I want to show you the banana. Look at this banana. Where is it? Wait, here, look at this banana. Look at this banana. Do you see the banana? Right here? It's a banana. We must go to the banana. Wait, where is my horse? You see banana? Nabana? Nabana? Yo, are these dudes getting struck by lightning, like, right in front of me? In my good Christian Minecraft server? Speaking of... I want to play some Minecraft later, I think. Oh, a thingy thing fell. Oh, a thingy thing fell. Alright, I have to figure this out. So, Broseph and Astro, because they're just so wonderful, told me that they just build contraptions and make the stuff stand up. Okay, hold on. See, you can't, wait. You can't get them to... angle against each other, right? But can I do this? Like... Oh, look at this one. This one is kind of cheaty. Okay, so there's these dudes all over Hyrule. And basically what their gimmick is that they, like, refuse to, like, let go of the sign that they're holding. Because they don't want it to fall. I think that's, as hideous as that is, that might actually fucking work.
Whoa.
Let it go.
Hmm?
Is it working? Nope. Oh, you got rid of all my stuff? You summoner. You summon the bish. Okay. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build it flat first. So, drop this one flat. And then get one of these guys. And I'm gonna angle this one. Come on, get off. Alright, and then do this. Nope. No, literally none of that. There we go. Okay. Okay. And then... prepares for the birth of a monstrosity. Oh, it's gonna be. Unless the sun... I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. So it falls forward, I think, is what the problem is. Alright, so if I do this, and then I want one more to support it the other way. Hold on. Absolutely fucking hideous. Like, this is embarrassing. Like, this is almost worse than if I could just glue the fucking sign down. You know? Do we think this one will work? Okay, let's see. Try letting go. Wow! That one went straight forward that time. I still think that my ugly thing will work. I just don't know which way I need to do it. Let's try it this way. Okay. Okay, hold on. One more idea. Look at this. Hold on. It's fine. Perfect. It's precisely where I wanted it to go. No. Wait, why'd you break? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So this will go there. Right? Okay. So those two will go there. And then we'll do like these two like here. Like this. Perfect. Okay. Now, how do you prevent it from falling forward? Can we use one of these? Oh wait, why is this already like this? Oh my god, I'm doing it. This is about to be the cheesiest of the cheeses. All right, bitch, let go. Let go. How? How is that falling? There's no way that was considered falling down. Alright, gotta slide our thing back into place here. Okay. Nope, it's not right. Oh, see, now it's not fitting right. Okay, hold on. I gotta take this apart, I think. Okay, so you go off. You are not fitting right. You go like this. You slide right there, we go. Okay. Okay. What the actual... Fuck. Oh my god, just go flat, please. There we go. Okay. So, can I put you, like, here? Right? And then you... There's no fucking way this is gonna fall. Like, there's no way that this thing is gonna fall. Listen, bro. You should've... You literally... Oh, fuck. You literally should've just... You should've just let me glue. You should've just let me glue the thing. Because now, nobody can even see your boss's sign. But don't worry, it won't fall off. It'll find a way to fall. Hold on, there has to be more stuff. Oh, here's another rock. Good job. Hold on, I want to be sure. I just want to be sure that the job is done to the fullest potential. Alright, do we think this is it? No?
Ah!
You're welcome.
Ah!
Engineer of the Year. Oh! Oh, it removes everything so he can secure it. That's so stupid. Why couldn't I have just used my magic glue?
Ah! Ah!
Is that a joke? Is that it? Look at my beautiful thing. No, I understand, Laz, but like, I could have just glued it. Look at my beautiful contraption. Wait, what is that? Is my dog? Gigi? Oh yeah, that was my dog. That was a weird noise. I think she was just coughing or something. Look at my beautiful... I'm leaving it. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm bringing it with me. Sweaty balls. Sweaty chocolate balls. Where's the banana? Here's the banana. Let's go. Oh, banana. Wait, this isn't... It's not even really a banana. It's a fake nana. Well, I got a korok out of it, so... I heard a pig. Yeah, I saw it. Where I saw it. He was right down here when I got over here. I don't know where he is now. Hateno has some weird stuff going on. Oh. I haven't made my way over there yet. That floating cube. Yeah, I was gonna say, boar's probably gone. Do these things stay? Like, if I quit the game and load back in, do my creations stay? Like, stay built?
Sure?
I think just for a little bit, guys, I'm gonna turn my camera off just for a little while. Just because it's, like, still light outside and I've got my lights on my thing, so... Just for a little bit, I think. Kind of get just a little relief from my eyes. Shit. Man, I'm not ready to be fighting these dudes right now. Oh shit. Oh, this, why, wait, oh, I didn't realize that this was gonna act like that and not act like a, what do you call it? Right? A two-handed weapon is what I'm trying to say. I thought it was gonna act like a spear, not a two-handed weapon. That's what I was trying to say. Alright, I want a one-handed weapon. I don't know what this does. I guess we're gonna find out what this does. Alright, what do I have for food? Shit, not that. I just need to start eating stuff. It doesn't matter what the health thing is. Why are you climbing right now? This is not the time to be climbing! Oh my god. Why is every enemy so much harder in this game? Like, this is actually kind of ridiculous. Like, the enemies are way harder this time around. No. Oh, I knew it. Oh, that wasn't even the big guy. That was the little dude. What the hell? Why is this game like this? This is ridiculous. By both forms. I know, but it's not even that. Like, that was fine in Breath of the Wild. But I think it's like just... I genuinely feel like everything is just stronger.
Sure?
Wait. Oh yeah, see, it did the same thing. Okay. Okay. I need to get the big guy. Oh my god. This is stupid. Alright. I need to not be here. I need to, like, not be right in his line, like, as soon as I start. I don't have anything for this. Like, I really am not prepared for this. Like, really? Alright, I did a lot of damage to this first guy with my bow and arrow the first time. Oh, what the? That's new. That is a new thing. That pounce move like that. Move. I can't get out of that way fast enough. I'm genuinely, like, racking my brain here. Trying to think. Like, I simply think I'm not supposed to be here yet. Like, this game has never locked you out of areas before because of stuff like this. But I am honestly feeling very underpowered in a lot of different areas in this game. And I don't know if it's a me thing, or if it's the game, or what. Alright, what do I have? Can I fuse some stuff? See, I don't... What the fuck does a shield arm do? Alright, hold on. What's almost broken here? This guy's almost broken. Alright, good. This guy's almost broken. Let's fuse him with something. Let's fuse him with a fucking box. Who cares? So, you mean to tell me that my bokoblin arm has the most damage, like, is the best weapon I have? There's no way. Bokoblin arm is never the best. Like, there's no way right now. Alright, so I guess we're trying it with bokoblin arms next. Alright, I need something to fuse here. Wait, what are these? No way. There's no way. A pot club. This is insane right now. Okay. Alright, is everything... No, everything's not. Alright, so we've got... Man, I wish you could separate stuff. Alright, let's try this one first. I really don't know here. I really am at a loss right now. Ugh. Actually, what does my camera look like without having the light on over me? That's not terrible. I think I can manage without having my spotlight on for a bit. Keyboard in my lap. Nice. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Actually, hold on. What if I do this? What if I just dim it all the way? Oh, that's still... Alright, that's fine. That's fine.
Sure?
Okay, we did this already. We know. Okay. Alright. He disappeared. He's gonna come behind me. Oh, okay. Okay, that's one. Oh, now I've got the blade. Okay. No. Can I drop bananas? Hold on. Wait, does this work still? Oh, it doesn't work. Okay. No, don't blood moon right now. Okay, shit. I really don't know what the shield's gonna do. Fuck. Okay, well... Okay. Alright, I'm gonna use the two spears. See, I want to use the spears first to, like, get them, like, out of my inventory, and because I have a little bit of distance, but I just don't feel like this is worth.
Sure?
I'm gonna do it, though. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. There's no way right now that these two Yigas are kicking my ass this bad. Alright, let's focus on Big Boy first. Ooh, see? Then the little guy smashes on me. Which makes me lose my... Okay, got that guy. Keep focusing. Just keep knocking him backwards. Okay. What else do I have that's... Just keep focusing on him? Oh, this one's a two-handed. I forgot. Okay. It's doing literally nothing to him. Okay. Fuck! There's no way that that didn't even take my bow out in time. Okay, I gotta get the little guy out of here. Okay. Don't let him teleport. Just don't let him teleport. Just don't let him teleport. Just don't let him teleport. Okay, he's gone. Get his sword. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way right now that that happened. There's no way. There's no way that I was jumping out of that rock slam and that still hit me and killed me. This is so ridiculous. Okay, okay, okay. Let's focus on little guy, I guess. I don't fucking know anymore. Just don't let him teleport. Just don't let him teleport. Just don't let him teleport. What the fuck is happening with this? What do you call it? This rock slam. I'm actually legitimately getting annoyed right now. Okay, he's dead. Okay. He's dead. Alright. This guy is a super pain in my ass. Alright, what do I have for food? I literally just have to eat everything that I have. I guess it really doesn't matter which one I use. Why are you missing every shot? Why are you missed every hit? You missed every single hit. You missed it. Every single one. Wait, he didn't... I can't do this right now. There's no way. There's no way for me to be able to do this. Yeah, like, I genuinely don't think I can do this right now. Like, I don't have the weapons. I don't have the food. There's a blood moon, so by the time I even kill one, this fucking blood moon's gonna respawn him anyway. Like, I honestly don't think I can do this right now. I think I have to come back. And I hate having to do that. Like, I'm a little discouraged, honestly. Because I feel like... I love Breath of the Wild so much, and I'm so good at it, and I'm so used to it, and, like, This game feels very punishing. Like, it's punishing my exploration. Like, you're not supposed to be here yet. Go back to the starting area, you loser. Where the first game was like, you could explore anything at any time. Your first bow... Well, because it was a crit. It was because I was able to crit him and shoot him in the head. Oh, I don't need to... Oh, God, I keep doing it. I don't need to put my own markers down because there's things. I don't know. I'm annoyed. That's a little annoying. Like, I feel like I've never felt like I can't explore someplace before, you know? Maybe I'm just complaining. Maybe I'm just tired because I've been playing this for 18 hours a day. Hurry up, Blood Moon. I don't know. I don't know. Well, true, yeah. I was up till 6 a.m. the past 2 nights because I'm on vacation. I'm gonna screw up my sleep schedule while I'm on vacation, and I'm gonna be so mad. Alright, I need arrows. Where's the closest... Stop doing that! Right, where's the closest place? So there's a shrine here with a stable there. Where I need to go is I need to go over here. And I need to get some durian fruit. And I need to make some durian shit that's gonna give me 20 extra fucking hearts. So that's what we're gonna do, chat. That's what we're doing. Go here. That's what... Take it back! Take it back to the beginning! There's said to be an underground passage meant as an emergency escape route leading from the castle to Hyrule Field. That makes sense. I just hit my monitor. Okay. Where should we go? There. I think we should head over there. This honestly might be completely the wrong way. Oh no, it's not. South? Yeah, I want to go south. Okay. Nope, I didn't make it quite as far as I intended to, but maybe I can still at least go over this camp without having to fight them, since I can't fight anything! Suddenly. Suddenly, Link is the weakest fucking person in the planet. I think I need to go back up. Welcome back, Face, thanks. I just decided to just turn my lights down instead of just turning my camera off, because I feel like, although it's not about the views, I feel like my views go down when my face isn't up, so whatever. Alright, I need to go over there. There's a lot of moblins everywhere, and I feel very, very weak. What's that? There's just a lot of enemies everywhere. And it really makes me feel kind of powerless. Not gonna lie. Yeah, see, he's coming for me. Yeah, he got me before I got him. Nice, 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 nice. And then I've got these like screaming things at me, which is great. I love that for me. This is not even at halfway doing damage to him. My shit's broken. It's kind of insulting how little damage stuff does. Like, honestly, it's a little insulting. Oh, it launched him. That's so funny. Oh, there's a arrow. Come on, hit you, hit you, hit you, hit you. Oh my gosh. Yes. Collect arrows on my bow. Okay. You guys suck, though. Oh, he's a brown one? Oh, he's black. He's a black one. Oh, he's way strong. Okay. That sucks. Oh, get launched. Oh, no! Damn it. I'm not making any fucking progress today. And then this fly. There, like, I don't know if, like, it came in with the dogs or what, but there's, like, this fucking fly that keeps flying. And I'm sure you guys keep seeing me, like, trying to fucking swat it out of the air. I'm pretty sure it came in with the dogs, and it's so annoying. Alright, where am I going? No, I'm going over here. I don't need to be here. No. I am not interested. You guys are following me for a long time. Why are you so obsessed with me? Why are you so obsessed with me? Look at how far he's following me. Give me your arrows, though, for real. Yes. Give me your arrows. Haha. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Give me your arrows. No, you have to hit me with them first. Come on. Free arrows. Free arrows. Come on. Oh, you suck, dude. There we go. Do it again. I won't move. Free shots. Let's go. Oh my god, you're literally the worst. I'm not even moving. How are you missing? This is stupid. I've wasted enough time. So apparently, bokoblin arms are... Oh, a soldier's bow. Very nice. So apparently, bokoblin arms are the best weapon in the game. Because that makes sense, right? I wonder what is the best weapon in the game now. And when do you get the Master Sword back? Interesting. Lol, what? Yeah, look it. They have like a base of like 20. Look at the base damage is 20. That's the best weapon in my inventory so far, other than like these modified ones. It's stupid. This fucking fly, I literally want to kill it. I want it to die, and I can't kill it. Okay. What's the best way to go over here? What is that? Oh, give me this. I was just complaining I need more supplies, and I'm like passing by stuff. Ooh, what do you have? Or are you like, do you like pick stuff? You're so cute. have like the little meat backpack you got? Oh no, wait, come back. Oh my god. There's no way. No, it's gonna bounce him and he's gonna go flying. Yep, see? Give me your meat back! Wait! I fucking yeeted him. Did you see that? He got launched. Well, now I guess we know what those do. Wait, what's that? A boulder. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. What's that? Just yellow. I like how I got a horse because I was like, oh my god, I'm walking everywhere, it's so slow, and then I've used the horse once. Poor guy's out foraging and this punk runs up on him. Well, if he's in my area. He's in my foraging. Oh shit. I'm curious here. I suck. I'm the worst. Oh no, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I'm not doing this. I don't have arrows. Yeah, I'm not doing this. I don't have arrows. Mistakes were made. It's fine. Battle Talus. Yeah, I don't have arrows, so we're not doing that right now. We're gonna come back when we have arrows. So this is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna get the last couple towers. What time is it? It's almost 6. Okay. Got about 6 hours left of me, I think. So this is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna get the last couple towers. We're gonna get a bunch of supplies. Like, we're gonna get a bunch of cooking stuff. We're gonna get a bunch of arrows. We're gonna get a bunch of stuff. And then we should be able to finally play the game. Yeah? And then maybe eventually we'll play the game. Okay. Please tell me that I can just walk up to this. Hoopla! Hoopla! Oh, and a well? Okay. Ah, don't go in the well yet. We have to go to the tower first, and then we go to the well. Okay. Oh, there's a shrine right there. Okay. What's that? It's just fire? Just fire? Oh, here's a marking. We'll have to go to that marking. Oh, wait. Is this the bridge? Is this the bridge of Hylia? Hylia? Boop, 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 boop. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. Open. Thank you. Use this, please. Yeah, hello? Why no? Help? Oh god. You are in here, probably, and I need to get, I need to get you out. Open this thing. There we go. Hi. Can you fix? Can you fix the thing I need? Hello? Did you break? Wait, just a minute here. Can I grab you? Nope. Okay, hey. You. What are you doing in the place like this? Okay, no, it doesn't matter. Could you just help me? What's wrong? Obviously you're locked in. Okay. Now I'm stuck. What a mess. Okay.
Oh.
Can you see a switch? If you press that, you should be able to get me out of this. I do see the switch. Okay. So I have to go to the cave entrance? Is that what we're saying? How do I get out? Like, how do I get out, though? Oh, I can ascend. I'm so stupid. I fucking never remember ascend. This is the one ability I can never remember. And I don't know why. Okay. So, the cave should be near here. If that's the well. Where's the cave? It wouldn't be that far down. Okay, hold on a second. So you go in. Oh wait, am I facing the wrong way? So you go in and you go this way, right? Yeah, I bet you it's over here. Cave entrance. Where? Right here. Okay. There he is. Okay. There you go. But please, take this. Okay, thanks for the rupees. Oh yeah, go fix the tower. Go fix the tower. So I can use it. Let's go. Missed opportunity to make this called the elevator. My hair is such a mess. Wait, did you fix the tower, sir? Sir? What did you say? You fixed it! How come I can't skip this, though? How come you can skip the other part, but you can't skip this? Alright, eat. Eat. Ooh, look at these little cloudy puffs here. They're so mysterious. Well, what's that? It's glowing green. There's a shrine directly below us. That's so funny. Bing! Nice. What the fuck is that? Starm. It is Starm. Alright, hold on. So look to our left. So there's like a tower. Oh, look. Can we go to this island right here before I fall? Will I make it? I want to go here. I think I'll make it. Get out of the cloud. There we go. Nice. Okay. Okay, what do I do here? that bad guy is from me to get. Oh no, I wanted that fairy. Shit. Okay. Are you shooting rockets at me, sir? This guy's shooting rockets at me. Alright. Oh, look at this shit. I know exactly what you want from me. Don't you worry, game. I am picking up what you are putting down. Game. Don't you even worry. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Okay. Wait, will this go there? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Alright, so, you want it to go this way. Amazing. And then we take this. We put it right here in this little tray. Nice and neat where it belongs, right here. And then it should be able to go right here. Should we get 2 rockets? Nah, 1 rocket should be plenty. Alright, let's see if there's anything else we're supposed to do in this island before we yeet ourselves into oblivion. Like, what's in here? There's nothing in this water? There's really nothing on this island? This skyland? This seems kind of sus that, like, the only thing on here is building pieces and, like, 1 construct. Like, where is this gonna take me when I set this shit off? But where's, like, where are we going? See if you stay towards the tail, it kind of glides. Okay. We're just taking a little trip, chat. Get a little bit of a boost here. Let's go a little sideways here. Let's see if we can make it almost to that tower. Oh. Wait, why am I falling instead of gliding now? Oh shit, the durability on this thing's gonna go. Goodbye forever! Is it still flying? It's gone. But there's a stable over there. And a fountain over there. That was interesting. That was called physics, Trem. I'm sorry you're not familiar with it. It's called science. Thank you very much. I know, I wish I could learn to control them better. Oh, terrible console posture. Ooh, constructs. I need those because I need Zonai pieces. Perfection. Hey, you knock this shit off. flying thing that it's got. What is this? Alright, I don't want to yeet it. Okay. Strong construct bow. Okay. I reject your reality and substitute it with mine. That's unfortunately not how it works, though, Trap. You can't just... Oh my god, every time. You can't just ignore the beauty of the, I was trying to think of a funny name for that contraption I just made, but I couldn't think of one in enough time. But, respect my authority, okay? A beam emit... What's a fucking beam emitter shield? Oh, I was so close to getting the fly that time. Alright, I have questions. Holy shit! Wait, where was I going? Shit, I lost my track. Because I have a beam now. I have freaking laser beams on their freaking heads. I was going this way. The shield that bites back. I'm surprised it didn't laser beam me, though. The construct that was trying to kill me didn't laser beam me. Which is weird. What that? Wait, is this... Oh, there's like vault fruit on top of it. Let's go. Let's go! Whee! Okay, let's get some fruit. Let's get a better view of where we're going. Dargon! Who is it? I can't see. Is that Nadra? I think it's Nadra. Are they ever out at the same time? What's that? Wait, what's the red? What did I mark that was red? I've already been here, but it is marked. Shit, there was a tower. We were going towards a tower over yonder, and now I've lost sight of it. Okay. Let's see on the other side of this ridge. Because obviously, this is an undiscovered location. So obviously, there's a tower here. And I was heading towards it, and I got distracted by shiny things, as one does. And now I lost my direction that I was going in. Oh, there, behind. There. Okay. Let's evaluate our situation here. What's that? Oh, Hateno. Okay. Okay, let's go. Ooh, a thingy just dropped. See, I thought that they went to islands, but I guess they don't. Unless you can upgrade your abilities. And you can upgrade the rewind, or recall, excuse me, and it'll recall further. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's raining now. Wonderful. How am I supposed to burn this while it's raining? Just dry it off. Alright. not gonna work because it's raining. Yeah, see. Okay, hold on. Let's think for a second. It is too moist. Have that problem a lot? Yeah, if you live in a really kind of rainy area, you might run into that a lot. This fucking fly. I swear to fuck. Yeah, you might experience that if you live in the wetlands. Alright, where's the best way to get over here, though? Right there. Can't break them, you have to burn them. Alright. Can I... Interesting. I have to wait. Is this always gonna rain here, though? There's a korok over there. Alright, hold on a second. I have to think. Because if it's just, like, always gonna rain here, that's gonna be really annoying. Are you... What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Come here. Come here. You're being a little bad little miss. That's what you're doing. You're being a bad little miss. A little misbehaved. That's what you're doing. Oh my gosh. Look at these little dead kids. You can't be trusted because you're misbehaving. So you have to sit with me now. Forever. Forever, Gigi. Forever, Gigi. Forever. I'm not misbehaving, Mom. I'm misbehaving. You think so? You think so, but you're not. You're not behaving. You're not behaving. You got an itch? You got an itch? Okay, that's a good girl. Alright, so... Oh, look at how pretty she is up close. Alright, so I'm curious if I should try to wait this out, or if, like, this is an area that's all... Oh, wait, I can burn in here. Hold on. Here is burnable. Oh, wait, and then can I do this? Hold on. And then I do this, and I make it go further. I blow the fire all around. Oh my gosh, look at it! That was so easy! Oh wait, no, this is still here. Hold on. Can I burn under here, though? Like, is this covered? Okay, so this is still not covered here. Can I get underneath it? Can I get underneath and elevate into it? Yes, I can. Look, over here. I see you, boo. I see you. Wait, no, this is covered. Okay, so that was not it. This is definitely covered here, though. Gigi. Honey. Wait, why is this... This is definitely 100% covered here. Love you, but you're being a pain in the butt. I'm very confused right now. Like, this is definitely considered covered. Like, oh shit. Like, it's 2 layers of cover, see? Okay, let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Do I have to make cover? Like, do I, like, literally, like... GG, honey. If you're gonna be in here, you're gonna be in here with me. You're not gonna be in here just exploring, walking all over the place. Okay. Does this count? Does this count? Why can't I hit the right button the first time? It counts. Oh, it burns up everything though. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So I just have to figure out where it is that I have to go. Like where I have to place this to cover. Oh, you're stuck. Okay. Alright. Do this. Okay. So I can just keep building. Things here. Connect in the middle there. There we go. No, don't fall. Okay, don't fall on me. Alright, so we'll get you. That's fun. Okay, no, this way. Okay, perfect. Oh, okay, that's fine too. Right, how do I get this? This is absolutely ridiculous that these things are just sticking in the stupidest places. Okay. I have to think this one through here. Oh, that's not right either. Okay, hold on. Okay, why won't this, like, I just don't understand. Alright, can I do, actually, one more? No? Here, okay. That's perfect. So then if I do this... Okay. There we go. Oh, they weren't even, like, perfectly straight either. Like, look, see? They're not, like, lined up. Oh my gosh, why is everything itching? I am so itchy today. This is IKEA hell. Hi, I'm Pinksel, and today we're gonna build my IKEA shelves. Okay. Now, we have our little area. So, where do I have to actually go? Like, I have to go underneath somehow. Oh, wait, or do I even have to go underneath? Can I literally just go over here? Okay, hold on. I have to build higher. Can you take me high enough? Must build higher. Can you ascend up through the table you built? Probably, but that's not gonna get me inside. I have to figure out where I can go underneath the door. Wait, hold on. Can I stick to these things? See, I can't stick to this stuff. Otherwise, I would just do that. Hold on. Hold on. I might actually be onto something. Let me see. What are you doing? Like, go this way. Hold on. Hold on! There's no way this is gonna work, right? Oh, I missed. Why do I overcomplicate everything in my life? Why do I overcomplicate everything in my life? Why am I like this? Also, just out of curiosity, that would have been cool. I was biting my tongue so hard. Well, because you can't attach to things that already exist in the world. So I was trying to think of how to bring something over to above the thing. I wasn't thinking of how to build off of an already existing. Because you can't attach to those things. So my brain didn't immediately go to, like, use the environment around you. Like, I was trying to think of how to do it on my own. So, but we're good. We got it now. I always overcomplicate things, you know this. It's almost time for my second cup of coffee. Oh, right. Yeah, so, like, you can't build, you can't use things in the environment to build. So, a lot of times, I'm trying to think of how to construct already, you know, like how to construct on my own. So, sometimes you do actually need to use the world, and that's what I'm like. Oh, shit. My bad. It's 90 where you are? Oh, I don't even know. It's been really, really gross here the last few days. Let me see. Oh my god, I have so many messages, guys. What the fuck? Holy smokes. Surface map updated. Let's go. Let me see what it says we're here. It says we're 77. That's not terrible. Okay. But we're almost ready for cup dose. Where should I go? I kind of want to go to the rainforests and see if I can get some... Wait, this isn't the right way. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh, I almost got the fly. Oh, what did I do? I was so focused on the fly, I didn't even pay attention to where I was going. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe I just did that. I did not pay attention at all. I did not pay attention at all. Look, here's the fucking... I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it before the end of stream. Pair of chopsticks. Or what if I just got like this? Just caught it. Okay, try again. And this time we're gonna watch as we're landing and we're not just gonna splat. Oh, there's a korok right next to us. Okay. Wait, am I? No, it's in Farron. Right? Laz, are you still here? Laz, is the durians, they're in Farron, right? They're in Farron Woods? Not Farron Woods. They're no, they're here. They're here, right? Hold on. No, go away. I want to look. Hold on. I want to look at my map real quick before I forget what I'm saying. Yeah, aren't they over here? Wait, no, they're in the grasslands, right? Lake Floria? Yeah, they're over here. Aren't they? What's red? I can play what's red here. I think... I think I have to go this way. Where I was going, right. See, but these trees look wrong. Yeah, these trees don't look right. Did they get rid of durians? Here's bananas. There's lots of bananas. You hurt the tree's feelings? Good, because they're not gonna give me the right fruit. I don't need no bananas. Hi, Rachel! How are you? This isn't right. Why am I drawing such a blank? Are they in Farron? hold on. Let's think for a second. Let's think for a second. Let's think for a second. See, here's Lake of the Horse God, which is way the fuck down here, not over here where they moved it to. Look, see, they moved the horse god up here. Or wait, no, they moved her. It's a round one. Where'd they move it to? Anyway, they fucking moved her. She's up here now. Here you go. See, she's up here now. And it's literally labeled Horse God Spring over here. So, like, I wasn't crazy. Okay. Course of Time. Hylia Island. Yeah, see, this is where the horse god used to be. Alright. Eris Beach! Where's Eris? Okay. Part of me wants to look it up so I don't, like, waste time. But the other part of me wants to discover everything. You know? Like, I'm kind of at a standstill here because these trees are not durian trees. But I thought it was over here in Necluda. Unless it's in Faron and I'm just misremembering. I mean, durians were really OP, so it's possible that they got rid of them because having 20 temporary hearts was a little bit of a cheese. Yeah, none of these are durian trees. Alright, let's go to that stable over there. You know what I haven't seen? Oh, wait. Just what to say, you know what I haven't seen? Block puzzles, but here's one right here. Easy. Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if there's block puzzles. And then I looked over and I was like, that looks like a block puzzle. That's funny. Alright, so I think if we climb this, we might be able to make it mostly across the water. Yeah, mostly. Okay, this is the little stable thing? Okay. Yeah, see, there's bananas everywhere, but I haven't seen any durian trees. Unless I'm just wrong and I'm just misremembering. What are you? Are you friendly? Oh, they are. They're friendly. Oh, I can't. Can't take that? Yes, I can. Watch me. Don Don. Oh, like Dodongos? Fell in my bag. Before I knew it. Charged over and ate it. Okay. So they eat luminous stones and they shit out gems. Is what you're saying to me right now. That's a diamond right there. Look at that diamond. Holy shit. So they eat luminous stones and poop out gemstones. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm understanding there. That's a lot of poop. There's a lot of poop references in these games, I feel like. You've got the sky literally pooping on us. We've got animals that turn stones into valuable stones through their poop. We have the koroks still, which is simply golden poop. Is it the game or is it the gamer? Oh, it's the game. Like, let's be real. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. This is just one dude. Where's my building supplies? Right here. Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's think about this for a second. Let's think about this for a second. Oh. Okay. Let's make another contraption. We got it this time. Alright. So this one is gonna be... Alright. So... do one here. It's gonna fall over. Oh, it didn't fall over. Amazing. Okay. And then this one. This. As far into it as I possibly can go. And that immediately fell down. Amazing. I love that for us. Okay. I think I'm gonna go here. Okay. And then if we repeat it on the same side, on the other side, right? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Nope, not close enough. Because this dude's in the way, I think. This is not gonna work, I'm telling you right now. Okay. Now. We need this to go in the back here. Wait, how am I gonna talk to him? Alright, I have to leave it open a little bit for me to be able to talk to him. Okay. See, I feel like he'll fall backwards. Alright, there's no way that shit's falling. There's no way that's falling. There's no way that's falling! Let go. Let's go. Let's go. Give me money, please. Money. Thank you, money. Stormy meatballs. Sleepover ticket. Thank you. Okay, so that's 2. That's 2 signs we were... My beautiful creation. Where is your friend? How far? How far? That's kind of far. We might need to make something, honestly. That's kind of far. Can't catch a break. Let's help hit this dude. I need coffee. There is an ad starting in 1 minute if you are not subbed. We will not... This would be actually... This is probably a good time for me to make coffee while the ad's going. So that's good. That's good. We'll do that. We'll do it. Ad in 45 seconds. Let me finish this convo. 3 keeps. I will go make coffee. Porta Lake. Oh look, their horns glow. Can you see that across? Porta Lake. Pelora Lake. Okay. 3 giant monster brothers. Oh my god, is it gonna be the 3-headed fucking monster that I cannot fight? Alright, I am going to go make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back, chat. Oh my gosh, did you guys see Link falling asleep, standing up? That's so funny. Welcome back again. I know, I'm the worst. I'm the worst taking all these breaks. Why are you looking for durian fruit? Because it gives temporary hearts. It's a health boost, essentially. Saved myself a headache. Did you look it up? Am I in the wrong place? Is it in Faron? And is it in Faron, not in Necluda? Or is it not in the game at all? You looked it up? Am I in the wrong place? Where's the shrine for here? They don't exist anymore. I had the feeling they would have removed them because they were so overpowered. Okay, so truffles and radishes, I guess, are the new meta. Welcome to the new world. I hate it. Hi, Mock. Welcome in, my friend. How are you today? That's kind of far. That's actually kind of far. I feel like a cart would be good. Mock, how was your day? Alright, so we're gonna do... Oh wait, there already is a cart. Wait, so how do I attach my horse to it? A catapult would definitely be better. I don't know how to attach my horse to these. Like, I'm not joking. Let's see. Give me my horse.
Oh. 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 Ha.
What are we doing? I swear to God, these dogs, like, think I'm fucking stupid or something. Ugh. And I just hurt my toe.
Oh.
And I just hurt my toe.
Ha. Oh. Oh.
I actually really hurt my toe. Not my toesies? Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I know how to do this. Like, I know how to ride a horse. Look at my horse with his little cowlick. It's always there, too. It's so funny. Go. It's not Ralph. I don't know. How do you attach horses to carts IRL? Well, with like a rein, obviously, but stop. No, I literally said stop. Jesus Christ. Do I have to buy a thing? Wait, what's this recipe? Tomatoes, fish, and crab. That looks disgusting.
Ha.
I don't want to lodge. I don't want to lodge.
Oh.
Wait, where's the ledger? How do I buy stuff? Do you have supplies? Like, is that a thing? But you love tomatoes? Love toes. Tomatoes.
Oh.
None of these.
Oh.
How do I?
Oh.
Well, well, well. I think it's funny that wells are, like, in this game. Hey, knock it off. Where does it go, though? This is it? This is the only place this well goes? Just fishing? Oh, those things. I haven't got any yet. Oh, I got one. A sticky lizard! Ooh. This is it? Like, that's really all that there is in this whole place? What are pony points? Apparently, at the stables, you earn points for different things. I guess. I just don't know. I just don't know how to get the horse to attach to the carriage. Beep. 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 Oh, it literally won't back up anymore. Okay, hold on. Do I, like... Do I do? Oh, the pony point. But, okay, so... Okay, so here's the thing. Am I just not seeing the ledger? Is that what it is? Am I just not seeing where this ledger is? That's if you want to stay. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Receive reward.
Oh.
See, because I literally was like, I'm going to the front, the back,
Oh.
front, the back, the front, the back. Because it's the stupid side of here.
Ha.
A towing harness. There we go.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. Okay. Now I know where the stupid book is. So how do I do this then? Mount, talk, mount. Talk, mount. Customize horse, yeah. I was hoping I didn't have to do all that. I was really hoping. It's not this... It's not that lady, so... Do I do it here? Guess that's an option to try.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have rewards yet. Hold on.
Oh. Aha.
Okay, that's to sleep. This is to get... So that I can board my horse and take my horse. So there's used to be like a lady who would stand over here at some stables. Probably a conversation option now that you have the harness. Conversation with who?
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. You're reading, Trem,
Oh.
aren't you?
Oh.
Okay.
Ha. Oh.
So those
Oh.
just there's just
Oh.
changes from
Oh.
first one. That was a guess. I just have to learn the changes, that's all. It's just gonna take me a minute to learn the different changes from the first game to this one. I'm eating, not reading. Well, that seems like the most logical thing to be doing, obviously. Alright, slow down. Slow down. Okay, no, go here. Okay, stop. Now. Do I just do it? I do. Grab. Horse? Horse? Okay. There we go. This ain't your daddy's Breath of the Wild. You bet your darn tootin'. We're going, don't you worry, we're going. We're going to get your friend. How far is your stinking friend away? Jeez. Oh, go back this way, horse. Come on, horsey, you're doing a good job. Oh, look, we're here. We've made it. We made it. Stop. There we go. Can fly. There we go. What is that? Oh, it's a Lizalfos. 2 korok seeds. Okay. He's just like having the time of his life over there. Okay. I've literally I've discovered nothing down here. I don't think I've done a single shrine over here. I don't even know where the shrine by the stable was. Oh, wait, there's one up there. Look at this. Look at this wagon fighting for its dear life over here. This wagon is trying so hard. Whoa, well, whose fault is that you almost ran off? Decent suspension, right? It's doing pretty well, honestly. I need just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I'd help my mom with something before she left. Wrong button. Good job, horsey. Good job, horse. Excellent job. Excellent job. Okay. not what I meant to do. I hate it when you hate when he does that. No. Mine's still fine. He's locked up. He's taking a nap right now. It's fine. I'm gonna get that. I'm telling you. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna be able to just grab him out of the air one time. Nope. Too short. Too slow. Too slow. Okay. We need to find the shrine here. Where's the shrine? Alright. Is it above? Oh, it's literally all the way above. Okay. I need a beam ability. I really do. Honestly. And it's just like... I know what it is. It's from like the dogs going in and out and in and out and in and out so fucking much because it's nice out. And so my dogs are like losing their mind. Like they've never been outside in the summertime before. So they're in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. So like during the summer, like a lot of like flies and like bugs and stuff. I hit the wrong button. Make their way in. And it's annoying. Because then they come all the way upstairs into my like loft apartment, whatever you want to call it, looking for a way out. And there is no way out because, you know, it's a trap. It's a trap! What's really annoying, though, is I have, like, bug traps or whatever downstairs by the back door for this exact reason, and they just fly. Joju ooh-ooh! 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 Mojo Jojo! Okay, we got the shrine here. This is gonna be hard. Building bridges. Okay. Okay, can we just grab? So it'd help if I use the right one. Good bit. Good bit. Delirious? I am delirious. Okay, I have an idea. Alright, I have an idea. Wait, is this actually gonna work? Oh, fuck. What? That was not how you were supposed to solve that. Okay. Okay, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Cheese it? Hold on. I think you do have to cheese it. Hold on. Okay. So get this. And then go up and over. And then back around. And stick it to itself. Nope. Up and over. Okay. Wait, why are you going through? What? How come before I was able to go over just fine, and now I needed to stick to itself? But, like, why is it... I just don't understand why it's going through itself. Like, it shouldn't be cutting through. How come I can't attach? How come I can't attach to itself? I can't attach to itself? Oh, I can't attach. Okay, so that was my idea. Okay. So maybe... we do this. And then we're just gonna hold it for a couple seconds. So that way when we rewind time... Okay. See? Okay. That's it. That was it. That's all she wrote, folks. That's all she wrote. Easy. Easy peasy. Alright. What time is it? It's 7. We've been live for 4 hours. I need a quick bathroom break and stretch break. Ugh. And we will be right back. Just bathroom break, stretch break. Be right back. I return. Thank you to all of you guys for waiting. I appreciate it. Thank you much. Thank you, thank you. Coffee caught up with me for sure. So this is my problem. And this happened in Breath of the Wild too. Where, like, here I am. I'm in this map area, right? And I can only see one shrine in the distance. I see one single destination, one shrine in the distance. And it's way over here, which I'm gonna guess is a completely different map area. Wait, what's this red pin? Oh, that can go. Oh my god, this... Oh god, it's like taunting me at this point. Like, he's literally just flying back and forth in front of my face at this point. Just taunting me. No, I'm barely touching the joystick. Like, there we go. That's not even good. Yeah, see, that's way over here. Huh. Alright, let's... I feel like I need to go up to the sky. Because I need some Zonai pieces so that I can... Oh my god, this fly. It's literally making me lose my absolute shit. Close to the sky. Open adventure log. Skyfish was... Okay, so I have to go there. How do I get from here? Okay, so here. Fly high, you beautiful butterfly. I'm so high. Hi, Bobby. She's so lovely. Steph, don't take a nap. If you take a nap, it'll all be over. It'll all be over from there. Gotcha. Oh yeah, we got the goo. My gills! Oh no! I will help. But I ate so much. What did you eat? What did you eat? Captain of the guard, it serves to remain unbelievable. It's okay. He's taunting me, I swear. I shudder to think what would have happened to me. Take this Zora spear. Yes, I shall. We had brunch. Oh yeah, that's right. You said that last night. What'd you end up making and stuff? I feel like, you know what? Oh my god. There we go. There we go. Okay. That already feels better. It doesn't feel like I have hair like all in my face. Okay. Alright, yeet me up. And then I need to go next to here. I don't think I can. See, it just puts me right here. And I don't want to go here. I want to go there. How do I get over there? Sangria and mimosas. That sounds so good, actually. See, I don't... Oh, too slow again. Rewind. Okay. Nice. Now it's no longer spinning. Can I make it up? Can I make it from there? Oh, I don't think so. But the diabetes... Yeah, you gotta watch out for that diabetes. It'll sneak up on ya. Oof. That's not a lot of stuff. Not a lot of stuff, friends. Wings. Heart. Yeah, this sucks. Beam emitter. Yeah, see, I don't need any of this shit. Alright, maybe... Move this at all? I don't know. I don't think I can fly there, guys. Let's try, though. Let's see. Alright, we've got fan. Alright, so we've got a wing. We've got a balloon. We've got... Gotta get it. I swear I'm gonna get it. We've got another fan. Okay. So... Does the balloon work with a fan? I don't think so. I honestly believe that it needs to be only fire. It does not work. Okay. Cool. Are any of you... Nope. None of you are flame. Okay. Let's put here. And oh, I was like, where's the other one? It's right here. Okay. What's this? This I feel like is just kind of a this is just kind of a shot in the dark here. I don't think the balloon is gonna do anything at all. And I don't have... Yeah, I don't have a flame emitter. Can you? Where's the flag? Drop just wood? Like, can you just make a fire with wood? Is that a thing? Fuck's wood? Oh, of course it's a damn. Can't take that out here. Why not? Rock. Okay. Now. Come on, no, we gotta go there. I'm on fire. We gotta go this way. We gotta go this way. I'm literally on fire. Alright, let's do this one so I get a little bit more stamina. Oh, so close that time. Come on, turning this way. Come on. Alright, we're going for it. Alright, we did it. Now, the question is, how are we gonna go anywhere else from here? An old map? No! Stop giving me maps to buttholes. I'm very upset that it keeps giving me butthole maps. Like, I'm not gonna explore in the sky anymore. If you're just gonna keep giving me maps of buttholes. Alright, so all of that, and I'm not even at the right one. I have to go above? You wouldn't mind finding buttholes? No. It's not finding the buttholes. It's giving me treasure maps to buttholes that I already have gone in and exited. Well, that was a lot of effort for needing to go there. How do I get over there, though? There's no way. Oh, okay. I guess there is a way. Well, when there's a William, there's a Walium. You can quote me on that. Some will and some stamina, there's a way. That's what I said. Where there's a William, there's a Walium. Where the fuck? Anybody yeet? Where? Like, I legitimately don't know where. Alright, well, that was a debate. Thank you, Dev. King Dorphin, Super Punch, and Super Kick. Yeah, I'm so big and strong. Wahaha! Tumbo. Kie. Oh no, I got beat. The sludge is so yucky. Arg, you got me, you big dumb monster. There's no other choice. I'll have to hide in a secret spot. And that spot is, what's up, guy? We're full up on folks who are led to play our King Dorphin game. You said we can quote you, so I did. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Can't keep playing with you here. Take the hint and scram. Okay, Link's like, sorry. Let's see if I can get behind them. And they can tell me the secrets. Tell me your secrets, little children. Tell me your secrets, children. Tell me your secrets, children. Listen. I failed. My king, King Dorphin. Please, what if we went to that one place ahead? Okay. Hey, come do it right now. That didn't play music and the monster, not all by myself. I've been wondering forever, okay? Where Dorphin is heading? What kind of place is it? I know, right? Okay. He said it was pristine sanctumy. Okay, so pristine sanctuary or a sanctum. A spot with clear water. Somewhere you can get your tummy clean and stuff. Okay. So is it, Polyomus Mountain and the Domain? Okay, so that the Mifa's place that, Sidon is at is where he cleanses the water, so that's probably a good place to start. Secret entrance behind the waterfall. Behind a waterfall of clean water. Okay, secret entrance behind the waterfall of clean water between the mountain and here. Okay. It's fine, no one's listening. It's me. Who's to the sky? The pristine sanctum. It sounds like there's a secret entrance behind a clean waterfall somewhere between the Ploymus Mountain and the domain. I always say Ploymus Mountain. I always say that wrong. Okay, let's go. Alright, so Ploymus Mountain is here. Yeah, and here's the shrine right here. Polyamorous Mountain. Oh. Busted wagons. I almost am thinking of turning my camera off and just kind of going like full, like, I don't know, just full gremlin. Alright, waterfall. Ooh, there's one over, look at there. Oh, I did that purple already. Okay. Go for it? No. It's actually, like, terrible for my posture. Alright, so there's I don't think there's anything behind that one. And then there's this... What's the other waterfall? Wait, what's up top of Ploymus Mountain now? Oh, look, and here's those thingies. Oh shit, I just walked right into the poop. Oh, interesting. So now we have the hovering platforms. So... wonder what we're supposed to do with those. I bet you the Lionel's not gonna be up here. You do, you boo? I appreciate the support, but no. It actually will be really bad for my posture and all that jazz. Ooh. Yeah, there's a korok up here? Where the heck would your friend be? Where the heck would your friend be? Holy smokes. Oh, that's not terrible. Okay. We can do that. That's not terrible. This one could be worse. I need to reach my friend. Please. My friend. Chuck him? Why? Have you guys seen, like, the videos of the horrible things that people are doing to these poor koroks? Okay. So, this is what concerns me. So sometimes you walk into places, like here, okay? And here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing building materials. But, like, this specifically is one that charges electricity. So, I'm like, why do we have a charging electricity capsule over here? And metal grates. And this ball. What does this ball do? Oh, it's not a ball, it's the hot air balloon. Okay. Yeah, but these are charges. These are the electricity battery charges. Interesting, huh, chat? What could you possibly need those for? What could we possibly need those for? No, but I'd like to see it. Oh my gosh. Some of the videos of the stuff that they have done to these koroks is so funny. Like, I don't know how they're doing it. Like, I don't know how they're managing to gather so many, but I've seen one where he had like 5 or 6 of them, like stuck to each other, and he was just like dragging them behind a horse. But there was like a whole line of them, so I was like, have you just been carrying around these koroks for however long? You know? It's Mifa. Oh, my batteries are dying. Let me see if I have... Oh, I didn't plug this to charge, so we might have to plug this in to charge in the meantime, and then we might have to use the Joy-Cons just for a bit, which is totally fine. Do I have a spare outlet though? No, of course I don't, because that would mean I was like prepared for things, which I am not a preparer. I'm a panicker, not a preparer. Alright, I can't. Oh, I can. Okay. Okay, cool. I have one underneath. Okay. So hopefully, let me just grab my Joy-Cons out of my other room. Just in case this guy dies, because it's flashing. Alright, BRB. Okay. Joy-Cons are, well, they're charged because they've been charged, but they are attached to the Switch, so they're definitely charged now. Alright, can I do anything with this Mifa statue? No, I can't, like, pray at it or anything.
Ah.
I heard... Did I hear a korok? I thought I just heard a korok, but apparently not. Is this gonna be an arowana farm over here? I feel like this is gonna be an arowana farm. It's gonna be funny. Okay. So this is a jump, obviously. So behind a waterfall of clean water, is purified. Wait, but do we know for a fact? Do we know for a fact that the water is purified where we're looking? Like, do we know for a fact? I don't know. I don't know. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. So that one's marked right there. Yep, we know that. Okay. Waterfall. Mipha's Court, Lulu Lake. But I think I checked this one, so maybe one of these two? Okay, so it's not... Where does this one drop? So it's not that one, which goes down there. Maybe this one. I literally didn't want to do that, though. Maybe it is this smaller one. Let's check it while we're here. No, I don't want to swim up. I want to swim behind. Nope, it's making me go up. Okay. So, not that one. So, it's gotta be... this one. No, swim behind it! There we go. Okay, so it's not here either? Is it the one above? No, look. I can, like, see. Like, there's nothing back here. Where heck? Alright, waterfall. Waterfall. Alright, let's try this waterfall. See, this isn't clean, though. Oh, I guess it is. Nothing here. Ooh, snails. Snails. Found it. Discovery. Pristine Sanctum. Do I go? I think I have to go up that waterfall right there. Ooh, look at that. Oh, is he sad? Or is he just sleeping? Oh, he's dirty. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's been hurt. I'm sad. I received word that you were missing along with Princess Zelda. I have to come here to find you. I think there's such a thing would transpire. Okay.
Huh?
Simply disappeared just like that. Do not sully our ears with your lies. Why do you still hate me? I've literally rescued you like 3 times already. Like, you're so mean, and I've literally saved your life so many times. None of the Hyrule Castle took place. Link's eyes betray no hint of deception. He remains a trusted friend of the Zora. Must be an explanation. Okay, as well as reason by my seclusion here in the pristine sanctum. We encountered Princess Zelda just after Hyrule Castle ascended into the sky. Floating islands appeared as if from nowhere. Sludge and fragments of ruins began raining down. Muzu and I had left the domain to investigate these strange occurrences. That is when it happened. Princess Zelda descended from the sky, accompanied by a sludge monster. What happened next took us by surprise. She then unleashed the beast upon us. See, it's not her. It's not her. The people that like, I said that, like, last stream. Everyone keeps saying they are seeing her, and I'm like, it's not her. King Dorphin valiantly vanquished the threat. However, he was gravely injured by the sludge during the battle. As for Princess Zelda, she vanished without a trace. If word got out that Princess Zelda lost her mind and harmed the Zora King, the resulting turmoil would be devastating. That is why we are temporarily remaining hidden within the pristine sanctum. According to your story, Princess Zelda disappeared suddenly in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle. On the other hand, she suddenly appeared near Zora's domain and unleashed a monster upon us. The waters of truth have become murkier still, but from the Zora perspective, one thing is clear. It all leads back to the sky. This disaster, the sludge, the monster, and even Princess Zelda. It may well be that the answer to these riddles could only be found skyward sword. Sidon ordered Giotto, a historian well acquainted with the ruins, to investigate. I wonder if any progress has been made. So you've already spoken with Giotto, okay? You said that the Mark of the King was mentioned on the stone slate that was restored. Indeed, I do know about it. The Mark of the King refers to a Zora King's scale. One of my scales, in other words. I've heard it called by the name you mentioned in an ancient ritual. However, none remain who know how it was used. If this particular scale of mine may prove useful to you, by all means, take a few. There's no need for restraint. This is as nothing to me. If you run out, simply return and acquire more. King's scale. So I got 5 King's scale. So I have to fuse an arrow with a King's scale and pierce the tear in the sky. Riddle me this. Please inform Sidon about my situation and the King's scale. Okay. Tell him there's no need to worry about me. Tell him that he must go forth and do what he needs to be done. Okay. Sag. That's really sad that he's, like, he's in here just, like, hurt because of this, like, fake Zelda. Oh, this is how you get out. Bummer. That's really sad. Like, that's a really big bummer. Like, this one's a little bit darker. I feel like, you know? Oh, wait, so there's literally just, like, an entrance over here? Nice. Alright, trying to think, like, what I want to focus on next. I have, what, 2 or 3 more towers? But I believe they are Hebra and Gerudo, which are both all the way to the west. To the west. Need arrows, my dudes. What is that noise? Oh, it's the poo. Could you imagine trying to traverse this lake and getting taken out by falling poo? Is there any benefit to sleeping other than restoring your hearts? Like, do we know of any timed events? Because I don't think I've heard of any yet. Amazing. I like how the game is literally just starting to provide you with, like, simple things. They're like, yes, we know that you want a steering wheel, so here's a steering wheel. Or as I'm sorry, it's called the control. I guess is what it's called. Okay. And then we'll get the control panel right there. Amazing. Bring to me. And I'll put you like right here. Amazing. Okay. And then we put this whole thing in the water. This. And there we go. Amazing. Where should we go? Oh, let's go here. Let's see what's over here. Woohoo! That one almost got us. This is dangerous. Oh, the poop! We got pooped. How did I not kill him? I guess that was really crappy timing. I don't know. Okay. Homing arrows. Yes, we know. Alright. Is there anything here? There's nothing here. There's not even a korok here? Okay. Alright, hold on. We fucked up. Gotta turn it around. And drop it back. There we go. We're good now. Okay. Ooh, we are gonna get pooped on. Ooh. Okay, little korok friend. Where's your friend? Where is he? Where? Oh, okay. That's not bad. I'm so tired, though. I can't move. Let's put another on our contraption here. Hold on. First of all... Okay. Ooh, that's actually really good because then it's kind of like in the water, right? I like that idea better. Ooh, okay. I think this is actually... I think this is might be a little... Ooh. Alright, little mans. Alright, little mans. Hang on tight. Don't you worry, little dude. We're getting you to your friend. Woo! We are gonna get pooped on! Oh, lordy, lordy, we are gonna get pooped on. Ooh, we're gonna run out of... We're gonna run out of juice. We made it. We made it! Look at that. Perfect fucking timing, bro. Perfect timing. You couldn't have asked for better. Wait, you're right there. You're right there. You couldn't have asked for a better personal chauffeur boat ride. I'm telling you. Yeah. Alright, I want to get these. And I thought I saw, yep, here's a tree with splash fruit, okay. Where should I go? Like, what should I do? Where go? What do? I want more Zonai stuff so I can build more stuff. But I need to go fight constructs to get more Zonai stuff. Ooh. That seems like that is not a good time. His booty! Look at his booty. What the hell is that weapon? I want it. Wait, that looks like, I know what that sword is, and I can't remember the name of it is, and it's got a mushroom on it. Wow. That's terrifying. Okay. So. Let's go. I want to get the other couple towers. How many do I need? Oh my god, I need a lot. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 7 more towers. Jeez. Jeez. I do think I want to go grab water though. Electrocute, snatch, and run. What's he doing? He's confused. He's confused. Alright. Really, really quick though, I'm going to go grab a water, so give me a minute. Okay. Maybe some bombs to do with the crew. Yeah. Ugh, what is the name of that? Was it a sage's blade? Like, what was the... Oh, I'm drawing blank. Zora blade. Something blade. I know exactly what sword that is. It's driving me crazy. Alright. We did all this. Ooh, are you a korok? You're not. How insulting. Hmm. I go straight south. This way is straight south. Oh my god, look at that on the mountain. On Mount Lanero up there. That's gonna be so hard to get. That's gonna be so hard to get. Same thing with this one. Where is this? Oh, we can't see it from here. Can I go here? Yeah, let me go here. Let me go here. Okay, Sidon, I saw your dad. He's in bad shape, but he says it's fine. Lol. I might call it a bit early tonight. Honestly, I've got a little headache. It's not bad enough that I feel like I need to call it yet. But we'll see. We'll see if getting some water and not drinking so much caffeine helps. Seems our course is skyward. Okay. Feather scale is that of the land of the skyfish and the floating rock in the shape of a droplet. Okay, the floating rock in the shape. Stand upon the land of the skyfish. That must be referring to an actual location. I'm sure if we look at the skyfish. Okay. Map. Sky. The star one is really, like, killing me here. Like, I want to go on this star one so bad. Da, da, da. The shape of a droplet doesn't make sense, really. Yeah, see, the crystal refinery is where I get more batteries. Oh, I haven't finished that one? Ooh, I didn't get the treasure chest in two of these. Let's see. See, I haven't been to any of these. There has to be a way to be able to get up into the sky other than using towers, because the towers don't always get you high enough. Can you take me high enough? go... I literally need to go to this island. Oh, hold on. I need you. I need you. You. Where are you going? I need you. Where'd it go? Yes. We might be able to do it. Holy shit. If this one goes high enough. I don't think it will. I don't think it's gonna go high enough. How much time do we have? We're just about halfway. Nope, not yet. Not quite. Damn. So close. So close. Alright, Okay. We can go here, though. Wait, this looks like a little fish. This one is like a little fish. Look at him. Him's a fishy boy. This is covered in gunk, though. You are covered in poo, aren't you, fishy boy? Floating Scales Island. Interesting. This is all very... Like, are these supposed to do something? Like, if I... Oh, I missed. Okay. Do I have to hit the part that's green? Do I not waste anything anyway? Huh. How much? 38. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. See, like, do you have to, like, get the pieces to come back here? Oh. Okay, I thought maybe you had to, like, rewind the island. You know what I was, like, what I'm trying to say? Like, rewind the pieces and they'll go back. But I can't reach any of them. Okay, so that's not it. Alright, so... Do we grab them? Also not it. I almost just fell. Huh. All of this looks like it should connect. Like, it looks like it all goes... back on this island somehow. But what should I be... Like, what should I be cleaning? Anything in particular? Or nothing in particular? Or the entire island? Oh, I bet you... At least starting here. Oh, maybe not? Okay. Am I overthinking this and there's like literally nothing to this? Alright, we have to maximize our splash fruits here. As much spray as we can at a time here. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way that the puzzle is just to clear all of the gunk. Like, I've already gone through, like, 15, 17 or something. Hey, Trey! I'm doing well. How are you? Happy Saturday. Or Sunday. Happy Sunday. I know what day it is, I promise. I'm on Fishy Boy. I don't... Okay, don't tell me. But I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. And I feel like wasting all of my splashes is wrong. I tried to shoot... Spent 2 hours figuring this out. So I feel like these pieces are supposed to come back to this island somehow. And I don't know how to do it. But if I spend all of my splash fruits doing this, and this isn't even what you need to do, I'll probably be really upset. But I don't want to be told, you know, like... I don't see... And okay, so this is what I've tried so far. I've tried to shoot them to activate it. But I'm wondering if you have to actually hit, like, where it's green. So I've tried to shoot it. That didn't work. Oh, it goes really far down. Why does it go so far down? I have tried to grab one with my ability, but they're too far away. And I've tried to rewind with my ability, and it's too far away. So... Right now I'm brainstorming and wasting all my splash fruits. Because it looks like... Wait. Oh! There's the tear! There's no way! I just accidentally figured that out! I was not looking for that. I was not looking for that. Oh my god. I was not looking for that. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. I wasn't looking for that. My mind is blown right now. I'm so pissed I wasted so many of my fucking splash fruits. That was completely coincidental. 100% accidental, coincidental, 100% an accident. Like, I was not looking for that. I was not trying to solve that quest. I literally was just like, I want to go do some more Sky Islands. It's been a little while, and I need some more constructs so that I can get some more building pieces. Like, that was just completely an accident. Good job, though. Thanks. Alright, so I can't just go there. Right? Now it's warm. I need to turn my AC back on. Okay. So, before I just dive in here like a dummy. Alright, I do. I have to go to Sidon. I don't go in there. Okay. Okay, well, it's a good thing I didn't just go there. It's a good thing I didn't just dive in there. Took me forever. That's so funny. Like I said, I was honestly just trying to figure out what was on that island of any use whatsoever. And I kept seeing the rocks that were green, and there was like chunks of the fish missing. And I was like, oh, I wonder if you can get the fish to like assemble itself back together or whatever. And then I just happened to see the tear. That's so funny. Wait, where's Sidon? Oh, over here. Are they arguing? Are they arguing? Poo poo. Far too dangerous for you to be here.
Yes.
Darling, I came here because there's something I need to speak with you about. I've been thinking about for quite some time. Hello there, Link. What has happened, my friend? Did you figure something out? I did. I explored a fish. Path of the Sky may open up if we investigate that location. Ooh, let's go. My dear, sit down. Sit down. Why do they have more clothes this time? Like, doesn't it get wet? Doesn't it get wet? You know? I've been concerned that you're holding yourself back. Aw, my love, if you and Link join your powers, I'm certain you should be able to. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you gonna come with me? Sir? Hello? It's a poo monster. What's it like? It's a poo like. Ew. Sit down. We can take care of the water, at least for a little while. Do not fret about the domain. He kind of dorthy. He's a dorthy little wiener. Huh. You're right, Asepper. It's up to you, my lady. Let's actually fight at my side at least once more. Okay. Look at him run. Okay. Many opponents are... Okay. Awesome. I use my power to envelop you in water, shielding you from our foe. At that point, you may shoot forth the water as an attack, swinging your weapon. Okay. When Sidon's aura is charged, he can create a bubble of water that blocks incoming enemy attack. If you swing your weapon, this water will be channeled into a long-range strike. So where's his power?
We need to get up close and personal with it. Be careful.
Alright, I need to get out of here, though. Oops. Holy one shot. Holy one shot. See, I'm telling you, you're not supposed to be able to do any fucking thing yet. Like, everything is one-shotting me. Like, I am not good at games, but I am not this bad at games. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm getting one-shot and two-shot everywhere. I have nothing that gives temp parts. Shit, I need to cook. The cooking... Okay. Alright, hold on. I need to cook or something, because this is ridiculous. Just getting one shot every single time I move. Alright, so I need temp heart stuff. I don't have anything to cook though, that's the problem. Alright, I need hearts and temp heart stuff. So radishes, truffles, fish. If I have any hardy bass. Which I don't think I do. Wait, none of you have a cooking pot? Is the cooking pot in the hotel one? Yes, there it is. Alright. Let's see. So, 2 of those. And then, what have we got that gives me bonus? Stamina. That's silence. That's just health. That's just health. Yikes. Thanks, Yaga. Didn't even realize I'd been holding them like that. That's kind of funny. Alright, that was kind of a waste. Let's be real here. What do these do? Restores stamina. What's this do? Bloom. Stealth. Defense. Alright, so let's do 2 of those with 3 of those. How's it going? It's going good, except for I feel like I keep like running into situations where I can't do anything. Like I am at this point right now where I just got to like I guess a boss and he's one-shotting me and I'm like I don't know what to do. Okay. Alright, I just need to cook a bunch of stuff then. That can just give me health, because this is my problem. Simmer tomato. Okay. Cooking's a lot. Right? I'm like... why is this so hard for me to find resources? Like, the last game, I was swimming in stuff. Like, I couldn't cook it fast enough. I was swimming in resources. And this game, I'm like, I am struggling to find stuff to use. What's the yellow light flashing on my headset mean? I don't know. Where is it flashing? I don't know. Might be dying? No, it shouldn't be dying. I plugged it in overnight. I don't know. Other side. Oh. Yeah, that's the power button, so it might be dying. It might be dying. Do I need to charge? I might need to charge. Oh, hold on, I turned it down while I was playing with it. There we go. Alright, replenishes stamina. My hair glowing seemed odd. That's funny. Alright, I have to make some stuff then. Like, I have nothing. I have nothing! Oh, God. Because I was pooped on and that was lame? Why? Oh, like, with dogs. I was like, what do you mean? Like, I thought you were meant, like, something crappy happened to you and you're like, I got pooped on. But, like, no, like, well, like, why? What happened? And Chin Can pooped on you? Gross. I'm just gonna fucking... Whatever. I don't even know what this is gonna make. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's a cute little recipe there. Nervous bird fear pooped. Well, maybe you shouldn't be checking their health. You should just leave them alone. To be health in private. That's probably what happened. They were like, this bitch literally is in here trying to check my health and shit. Ugh. Rito Village. The Dragon's Tears. Very Skyland. So... because I'm not licensed, I should practice, but without a paper. I have a horse. My horse's name is Horse. Hey, Paul. Welcome in. Thank you much. We'll pass that on to my mom. Okay. So. The heck? How's your mom? You have dogs, which are furry children with poor bladder control? Wow. Can't believe you'd call my daughter a furry. There's not a shrine over here. Thanks, I choked. Honestly, I'm still so upset about the conversation we had last night and the fact that I stayed up as late as I did having that stupid fucking conversation. You're not. You're a blast. No, I'm very upset that that conversation existed. Like, I'm very upset that that conversation existed. A double raid? Arc and a Brosif raid? What heck? Oh look, that's what I need. I literally need that right there. Guys, thank you so much. Arc and Brosif. Thank you so much. How was Sea of Thieves? How was Sea of Thieves? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. How was Sea of Thieves? What'd you do? What'd you do? Tell me what you did. I'm gonna stay paused, so no spoilies, obviously. But you're more than welcome to hang out. I would love for you to hang out. We're not doing story stuff right now. You did a tall tale. You did a tall tale without me. What the heck? We are not doing story stuff. I am literally just doing towers and shrines. So there is no spoilies if you did want to hang. but I totally understand if you don't want to. You were Zeldaing? We did the same tall tale that Aaron and I had. I know, but like still, you still did the tall tale without me. Whatever. It's fine. You guys are like super into Sea of Thieves right now, and I'm kind of not, so it's fine. The FOMO hits. No, it's just like I thought we were doing. It's Sea of Thieves is one of those things where it's like the 4/5 of us started playing, and then more and 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 more people got invited to start playing, and now nobody can even play anymore because there's too many people playing, and now everybody's doing other stuff, and now other people are left out, and other people are left behind, and that's what sucks about a game that limits how many people can play. You got blocked from the sailing Discord. No, okay, so I was explaining to people last night that I was trying to play with the roles so that way, like, there's not 100 fucking voice channels, and I screwed stuff up. So, like, just give me a minute, and I tried to fix everything, and I thought I fixed everything, but apparently I didn't fix everything. It's only one part of the unknown. It's a multi-part tale. I want to do it with you. Yeah, Broseph told me. I want to do it with you. Yeah, but you guys have already done it, so it just, like... And I don't want to get into it on stream, but it just feels like... It feels like I introduced my friends to this game, and then my friends went off and just, like, have gone off on this game without me. And it feels shitty. And that's the end of it. We're not talking about it anymore. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're all having a good day. Other than that, like I said, we are not doing any story stuff right now. I am just trying to get my last few towers done. Just trying to get my last couple towers done. So there's no spoilies, there's no story anything. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Oh, I was under the impression, I was like, I've got to have like 3 more left. 3 or 4 more left. I have 7 left. Okay, I'm gonna go to that right there. Wait, what did I come over here for? Oh, to go here. That's right. I came here to go here. But not. We're gonna go to that tower or that shrine right there. And then there's one over there too. Wait, how did I miss that one? I was already over there. Like I was right there. How did I miss that one? I'm so confused how I missed a few. Okay. We need to set a tall tale that we all do together for the first time. There are quite a few. Well, there's actually an order to them. So the fact that some people have done tall tales like out of order is probably going to screw things up later when other people try to do tall tales, because there actually is like a canonical order to them. Fixing some stuff breaks up things. Wait, you fix things? Things got wonky? What do you mean? What else is broken, though? Like, what else is broken? But, alright, so in the meantime, while I change the batteries in my controller, I'm going to do my introductions and do my raid stuff. And, I hope you guys... I just wanted to see what involved in one. Yeah, well, that's why, like... Again, I said we weren't talking about it, but okay. The Pirates of the Caribbean ones are the best ones to do if you guys want to do a tall tale, because there is only 5 of them. They're isolated. They don't connect to anything else. There's just the 5 tall tales. There's just the 5 stories. And I believe that I've said several times that if you guys wanted to do a tall tale, that's the best place to start without the crew. But it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. I don't know why my batteries are stuck. There we go. Yeah, you know the deal. You know the deal. You know the deal. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! Yes. I want to die right
did.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's
Just more
looking
good.
at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl, I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun! Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my mom.
What I
Nate,
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Okay, that actually gave me perfect time to run in the other room and get my Joy-Cons. Alright. Thanks for the raid, though, guys. I do appreciate it. Like I said, I understand if you don't want to hang for spoilers, but we're not doing story stuff. The only thing that could remotely be spoiler-ish is some of the locations. If you had played Breath of the Wild, maybe some of these locations are a little different. But for the most part, that was very unfortunate. I literally tried to grab it the second the lightning hit it. But for the most part, we're just trying to get my last couple math pieces unlocked. Lightning can kill you? Yes. Oh yeah, lightning could kill you in the first one too. For sure, lightning can kill you. But it was just timing. It was just really shitty timing. I tried to grab that metal weapon. I shouldn't have, but I tried. It's nice. I'll hang out for a bit. Thanks, Art. I feel like I feel like you guys are gonna get so tired of me because I'm on vacation and I'm gonna be streaming. It can kill you IRL too, but I've never tried. It can kill you IRL too, but people also have survived getting electrocuted, which is wild to me if you think about it. That people can survive it. Have you seen their scars after? Yeah, they look like lightning. Some of them, like, their hair goes white and stuff. Ooh, there's some constructs over there. I should kill them and get their pieces. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. X's dad ran his tractor into a power line and got fucked up but lived. That's so scary. Like, it's so scary if you think about it. But that's a cool side effect. I feel like if you're gonna get hit by lightning, you know, that's the way. That's the way to go. Cool scar. Turn your hair all white in that one spot, like Rogue. Ooh, the accuracy on my Joy-Cons is not as good as my Pro Controller. You got this. You son of a bitch. You guys are gonna actually kill me. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Back up, back up. Oh, you are fancy, huh? Oh, shit. Okay. Only if it gives superpowers. Unless that is... Death is the superpower. Death is schmacked. I was just, like, so focused on, like, look at what my shield is doing. Alright. Let's see if we can do this again. Oh, wait, we're here now? Oh, shit. Okay. You distracted? Never. Distracted by chat, distracted by sounds, sparkly things. Pretty much anything. Just being distracted in general. Ooh, what'd that? What'd this do? Hello? Can you... does it do, though? Like, what's the thing underneath do? What'd that dog do? Oh my god. Okay, get up before he gets up. Okay, run over to him before he gets up. Swing and swing. Okay, can't do this thing because he can't get it. Swing and swing. Okay. That's a mad bat pig. It's a bokoblin. What's this thing on the bottom, though? Like, it's got little chompies. Look at this little chompers. What does this do? What'd a dog do? It's a little doggy! What's he do? What does he do? What does he do? It's a Roomba? Can I give you fire, Roomba? Yo! That's gonna be amazing when it's not raining. That's gonna be amazing when it's not raining. That's gonna be absolutely incredible when it's not raining. Wait, can I bring this over here? Hold on a second. Focusing on the only thing that matters, waggy tails. That is true. You do have your correct priorities. Alright, so let's do this. Okay. Drop it and run. Yeah! Oh my gosh! Yes! My precious. Burn! Burn it all! Burn it all! Oh, it ran out of battery. No! It ran out of battery. When I get more battery, it's gonna turn back on, right? Is it gonna turn on now? Can they hit it? No, I have to hit it? Do I have to hit it? Burn, my precious, burn! Oh shit. Wait, no. Wait, no. Wait, I wasn't ready for you! No, I wasn't ready. I was watching it burn. Yes, you left maniacally and it's incredibly sus. Yes. Mm-hmm. Alright, so I'm gonna bring all of the doggies over there. And it will be amazing. Alright, the doggies were over here. And it shall be glorious. Oh, you know what I can do that I just thought of right now? I could put the time bomb on them, and that way, like, I'll have a couple seconds to run away before they go off. You have no weapon, I stole it! Alright, we're gonna save so we don't have to do the same shit over again. Actually, let's go get these. Are these water? No, these are shock, aren't they? Yeah. Okay. Focus, focus, focus. Focus, focus, focus. Focus, 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 focus. No, I'm stuck. Is this just protect me? Yes, it does, okay. A hot dog, if you will. Okay, we have hot dog number 1, but it has no fire. Okay, we got this. Okay. We will install fire on you. What the heck? Thank you, Ark. Much appreciated. There it is. Okay. So, there we go. There we go. Okay. It's so hard to spin these things sometimes. Alright, so that's one. Oh, no, I forgot it doesn't have fire on it. Shit. Oh my god, spinning these things around is one of the most annoying parts of this game. Okay, nice. Okay, so just for now, we're gonna just put these together so I can bring them over here. Okay. Bonsley escaped. Okay, now. Yeah, okay. There we go. No, why did you do that? I didn't even hit A. Jeez. Okay. You, come here. Okay. This way. Okay. So we will put one. You don't see anything. No, you don't see anything. No! Oh my gosh. Now I've got to do it. Hi, Poorly. Welcome back. Oh, do I have charges? Hold on. Do I have charges? I do. No, my babies. They're dead. Alright, shit. Okay, we're gonna use one of these. We're gonna use one of these. And can I do both? I can, okay. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, hold on. Get you, get you. Okay, you're dead. Nice. Okay. A flame emitter club. Let's go. Okay, hold on. I want to get this instead of this. Okay, pick this up. Okay. And then let's use that. There we go. Go up. Ooh, I'm out of stamina. Okay, gotta hit this guy real quick. Come on, there we go. Nice, 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 nice. Burn. Burn! Amazing. Okay. Shit. 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 Okay. It's not good. Not good. Can I bounce your way? Shit. He has high ground, and I... Ooh! Alright, we gotta go. Nope! I ran out of stamina trying to run. Yes, I did just make 2 tanks right now. This is annoying. Like, oh my god. Can I get one more heart? I think I'm gonna get one more heart. Oh god, why am I here every fucking time? I need to save it over there. Like, the fact that I'm here every fucking time is so obnoxious. Stop getting up. Like, honestly, at this point, like, just stay down, you know? Okay. Alright. We're gonna gather all of our pieces. Wait a second. Can I... Oh, fuck. Okay, so that didn't... Okay. I was hoping what it would do was it would take the thing that was on and take it off, but no. I was gonna put my laser thing on top of this with that. Alright, so let's grab this, and then let's grab this, and then we'll grab the laser up top, and we'll assemble it all over there. Let's grab... Wait, isn't there another little doggy? Yeah, there's the other little doggy. Alright, grab everything. Ooh, I should make a super tank. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll make a super tank. Alright, let's go over here. Let's see, are we missing any pieces? There's not another flame thingy, really? We gotta move the barbs. Because they have cacklefoot and popcorn beak and squoobly woobly and all that other stuff that you fucking make up. Squibbly wibbly. Yes, popcorn beak is the worst. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of unfortunate that your animals suffer with these. I'm gonna save, Bubbles. Oh, you know I'm gonna save. Alright, let's see what I have. Oh, let me save. No. It's dangerous. I didn't know you had that redeem. Okay. Alright, let's see what I have. Sonite devices. Cart balloon. Time bomb. Oh, I have one of those.
Your help is low.
No way. Guys. Do you think this will work, guys? Oh wait, my unicorn's wrong. Okay, hold on. Guys, do you think it will work? It'll power something big for 15 seconds. That's all we need. All right. I'm already out of power. I'm already out of power. Where did it go again? No. The unicorn is still wrong. Oh no. I gotta hit it again. Go. I need to get up. I need to get up. Wow, it goes so fast. Where's my other charges? Where's the little one? Here's the little ones. Worth. Worth. No! Guys, that was absolutely worth. That was absolutely worth. Look, here's a charge! Here's a charge! It's fine. Let's eat. Yes. 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 My precious. Where's my precious machine? Boop. It does so much damage in that little second that it's even turned on. That's amazing. Alright. Alright. Whoo! Okay. Okay. It's so invigorating right now. Alright, it's almost charged. You have a Zonite charge in your hand, dude. Give it to me. Holy shit. Oh my lord. He hurts. What can I bounce with this? No, 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 bounce you. Bounce you. Oh my god, okay. Alright, come over here to my contraption. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I can't get the bouncy to work? Yeah. Bummer. Wait, you missed him every single time you tried to hit him, machine. Wait, where's his crit spot? Look at me, not being able to find the crit spot. Alright, let's get rid of you. No, you. And then I want to pick up this. Okay. Okay. This. Wait, I can't pick up the bow? Why? What do I have for bows? Alright, we'll drop this one. And then we'll pick up this one. Wow, guys, that was so easy. It was, like, so easy. Gotta head for dinner? Okay. Thanks, Broseph. That's beautiful. I got to witness that. I know. Oh. I'm glad I also got to witness that. But it used through my stuff so fast. It used through my batteries so fast. It was absolutely ridiculous. I had to take a picture of this monstrosity here. Actually, and I also have to fix the unicorn head kit. There we go. Now the unicorn head is right. So now technically it should go in the right direction. See? Ah, look at that. It's perfect. It's so good. For the 3 seconds that it lasts. This is the best thing I've ever built, guys. Oh, maybe I should bring this with me when I'm trying to go fight those dudes that I can't beat over in front of the science lab. You think it will work? Carry it with me everywhere I go? Oh, I could put wheels on it and I could ride it. And I would literally be able to go 3 feet. Can I save it? I want to see. I'm curious. Let's see. Oh no. You went crooked. You went crooked. Wait, no, you're going crooked. Oh no, I broke the tree. No, that was even a thing. Why? See, you're straight from me though, which is the annoying part. There we go. Actually, we could put it right here and make it nice and flat. Or not. Or this could be incredibly more complicated than it needs to be. Okay. Oh my god, why? Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? This is absolutely stupid right now. That this, like, just does not want to do anything straight. Like, it just doesn't, no matter what I want to, like, no matter what I do with it. Oh my god. 1 trillion lions versus 1 Pikachu. I feel like those odds are very much in Pikachu's favor. Why? I'm literally, like, not even oh my god. Like, okay, I am not stupid. I understand it's on an angle, okay? I understand that. But when I am literally holding it in one direction and it sticks to the machine in a completely fucking different direction is fucking stupid. And this is fucking stupid too. Holy shit. Oh my god. Go. Stay here. I had your stream open twice? Holy shit. There we go. Okay, so now... It's not even powerful enough to move. Like, it's literally... It doesn't even have enough power initially to start rolling. Looks like a mech. I built it. With my own 2 hands. Yeah, I think that the dogs... I think the dogs take over, like, the direction they go in. Like, I genuinely don't think I can use all of this. Tears of the Kingdom is a mech. Did you not know? It's a mech sim. Oh, I haven't discovered this yet? Oh, nice. Wait, so this is a nice, like... Oh. I see. So this is gonna make an axe. If I do this. See? It's the shape of the rock. I understand. Okay. I understand. Alright, we can go in this hole. Oh, this one actually has a... whatchamacallit? Hi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing in a place like this. I'm in a place like this. A well enthusiast. I am. Well. I am. The appeal of a good well. Yep. 58? 58? Any well locations? Well. Will you reward me well? Oh, look, I've already discovered, like, 5? 6? Making money. We making money moves. 52 to find. Look at landing next. Okay. Where are the wells? They're right here. A chim can. There's a chim can down here. Peak Cinema Oscar nominee Pixel. Good night, Bubbles. Good night. I'm glad you were able to witness my doggies. Oh, what's this guy doing? What that dog doing? Oh, we got some cuddle bugs over there. I do think you can do it. Oh, hold on. One strike. Alright, what do I need? I don't think I have, like, I would need, like, an ore breaker or something, you know? Let's try that one. Nope. It is possible. Shut up. I know how to do it. I just need something stronger. Oh, here's a sign guy. This sign is kinda funky here. Okay, I get it. So that one is going to go here. Hi, Dirge. Hi, handsome. How are you? Okay. Let's go like this. Let's do it like here. And then do this. And then like this. Ooh, it's not enough. It's not tall enough. Look, because when I drop it. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Hello, Darge. Darge, how's your day? How's the day? I hope life is treating you well. And if it's not, then we need to fix that shit right now. Alright. Okay. You got- oh, really? That's exciting news. I hope it does all the runs. I hope it gets the runs, Dirge. This one is not falling down. Might go forward. Hold on. Let's put some more. Let's put some more supports here. Hold on. We do this. Then we do this, and then we do this, and then we go like this. Okay. And then we're gonna do the other side. This. Wait, hold on. I lied. This way. Okay. Do we think this is gonna stay? Or do we think this is gonna fall? Chat? Yay or nay, chat? Are we feeling this is gonna fall? Or are we feeling this is gonna stay? I feel like it might fall. No fall, very strong. I feel like I'm a spectacular engineer, and you guys just are not appreciative of my superior skills. I'll put one more here. Yes. That will be perfect. Armor engineer IRL. All right. Just for safety, I like to just to make sure, you know, it's called weights and counterweights, chat. You need to make sure you've got your counterweights to make sure that you know, things are nice and sturdy. So you gotta have your little counterweight at the bottom. You know, I don't mean to get so fancy. I don't mean to get so fancy talking on you guys, you know. Alright. Just, like, let's just be sure that, we're confident in our project here. Hold on. This way. Okay. We have confidence. We got that confidence. That might have ruined it, but let's see. Lego! Lego! I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. It was totally not... Like, look, you guys can still see the sign. It's fine. Honestly, I really hoped that they had left it so you could see the sign. Like, you could, like, leave all the stuff up, but they don't. He, like, takes it and he does this. It would have been great if it actually left the... I know! How disappointing, right? How disappointing! I know! I thought it would be like that forever, too. The first one I made was so bad. I was cracking up. I literally just made like a box like around this dude and like put like a bunch of like boards across it. Like you could not see the sign whatsoever. It was so fun. Yeah. Disappointing. But look, and then he just leaves it there. Look at it. He just leaves it there. He just litters. I should start taking pictures of all my contraptions after they take them off. Oh god, it's so good. Oh no, is that what I think it is? Oh no. That just means I get to build another contraption, it's fine. Where's your friend? They can't possibly be that close. Ooh, there's Luminous. There's Luminous skies up there. Alright, where is it though? I don't even- Holy- Are you have to wait. I'm sorry, but you have to wait. What is that? Where'd it go? Hold on. What is that? Is that just like a little thing? Tell that nerd to walk. Look at him. He's so tired. What is this? Ew, it's a boner! Ew! Somebody left their boner on the side of this mountain. Ew! Ew, boner! Ew! Maya Chideg. Maya Chideg? My, fried egg? Alright, let's see what this one is. You got confidence. You got that confidence. Ay. Egg. Potato. Ooh, potatoes and eggs. Sounds so good right now. Wait, why am I naked? Oh no, I'm naked. The hunt? Why am I naked? One sword, one stick. Okay. Oh, I get to make things. Oh shit, I could have put the spikies on the front of these dudes. Okay, turn off. Hydrate. We'll actually drink some water this time. Wait, no, I need to turn you off. Turn off. Turn off. Okay. Alright, we're gonna pick all this stuff up. Okay. We're gonna attach this. Hold on. There we go. No. Yes. Yes, my precious. My precious. Okay. Now, where's the other one up here? Wait, can I fuse? Hold on, no, stop. No. Oh, yes, I can. I did Piney Coney, didn't I? I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember if I did Piney Coney or not. We can check after this shrine if I did. Amazing. Amazing. So they're all distracted over there. Turn that one on. I don't remember. Is that bad that I don't remember? Oh no, buddy! No, buddy. Only if you're worried about Alzheimer's? I am. Fuck. Get distracted by those. Oh no. Okay. 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 We're gonna put the spikes on both of them this time. And then I want to see if I can distract those guys long enough to get up and put the spiky balls on the other guys. Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay. Resting poorly, thanks. I know. I know. It was a silly goose. It was a silly goose. Oh my god, face the right way, please. Go. Wait, where are you going? Lol. Lol, they don't know what to do. Okay. Okay. So turn you off. And turn you off. Thank you. Okay, we'll grab this. Okay. Grab you. And we will put you in the doorway. Right where you need to be. Whoops. Okay. And then we'll get you. We'll put you also in the doorway. Lol. That was dumb. Yeah, see, they already have my attention. Yeah, see, I fucked up. I shouldn't have put them together. I was being curious. Okay, turn you on. No! Oh, I missed my swing. Okay, so I fucked up by putting those two together. I thought that they would go up the wall together and push, which clearly they did not do. But we know for next time to not do that. Okay. Let's go again. It's only the second room too, so it sucks. Which means there's probably a third room after. Ooh. No. I think it's too low that way. I think it needs to go here. Okay, you go fight. Will I go build your brethren? Wait, why are you here? So maybe the trick is to activate them like right in this second room. Like don't even like try to like sneak them in, just like put them in and activate them. So put you in, set you off. Okay, no. Okay, so they're totally distracted by the series now. No. Why Link? Fuck. It's like, I'm gonna swing every direction other than the one that you want me to. Ooh. It's gonna get pushed off. Okay, so go over the other way. No, not me. Wait, why? Why me? I haven't even gone in the fucking room! Well, Pretty Boy is gonna get himself pretty killed if he keeps acting fucking dumbass like this. Attach. Alright, turn you on. Go. Go! This is stupid. Like, this is legitimately stupid that no matter what I do, no matter where I go, everything is one-hitting or two-hitting me. Like, am I bad at games? Am I bad at video games? I don't fucking understand. Like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. Every fucking thing in this game is, like, one-hitting me. I don't get it. Everything. And this is a proving ground, so I have no armor. But even when I have armor, holy fuck. No, it shouldn't be unless they changed it from Breath of the Wild. Which, if they changed it from Breath of the Wild, that's gonna bum me out. Because I liked the freedom to be able to, like, go and do whatever I wanted to do. No, man. Turn the thing on. But here's the thing, is I can't even beat the story mission monster. I tried earlier. It's the sludge like. It's a me issue, obviously. Like, I don't understand. Okay, so go off. Do I have any temp parts? Of course I don't, because it's a trial. Okay. So I need to get over there. Alright, okay, get his attention. Okay. Okay. Okay, don't see me. Don't see me just long enough for me to do this. doesn't even need to be perfectly straight. It just needs to go. Go. I have no hearts. Okay. Oh, shit. Be really careful because I have one hit before I die. What are you doing, my friend? Okay, okay. Okay. That was so great. Oh, that was so fun. Oh, that one was fun. That one was fun. That one was a lot of fun. That one was a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. Especially because I had especially because I had just made my murder machine. Like I had just done that. Like in the real world, I had just made my murder machine. Oh, that was so fun. That was so much fun. That was so much fun. Oh my gosh, that's probably my favorite shrine now. That's probably my favorite shrine now. That one was a lot of fun. Not in the real world, that's true. Care what you saw on stream now? Or careful what you say on stream now? Sorry. It's fine. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Careful what you say on stream now, I know. Okay, that was a fun one. I'm not gonna lie, that one was a lot of fun. Okay. Where go now? Oh, horsies. That one's kind of cute. That one right there is kind of cute. Keyboard on lap is worse, yeah. Alright, so this korok said his friend is where? I don't remember what he says. Way down there, right? What is that noise? Sounds like fluttering, like a fairy fluttering or something. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna try something that might not be very nice. Well, there goes my plan. Rolling down there. He's still rolling. He's still rolling. Didn't even get to build what I was gonna try to build. Get to build what I was gonna try to build to put him on. Just roll. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that was so funny. Oh my god, it hurts. Oh god. Oh, that's too freaking funny. Oh my god, that hurt my stomach. Oh, that hurt my stomach. Oh god. Oh, that was too funny. Here's your friend. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh god. I actually have a tear running down my face right now. Oh. He rolled for a long time. He korok and rolled just like my title. No. I didn't mean to. I cursed him. Oh my god, that shit is so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny. It was foretold. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. Oh my god. Shit is so funny. Oh god. What does this do? Oh, shit. How do I get you? There it goes. No, examine. There we go. Oh my gosh. I actually, I'm dying right now. My sides hurt. That was so funny. Oh, that was so- I would, I did not mean to roll him down. I did not mean to roll him down the hill like that. That was just so funny. Oh my god, my nose is running, everything. You missed a funny? Oh my god, Yaga, it was so funny. Oh, somebody send her a clip, or somebody post one of the clips or something. Oh my god, it was so funny. I was trying to build a little contraption so I could move one of the koroks, and I set him down just on enough of an angle of a hill that he fucking rolled down an entire hill. I was crying. Oh, that's a bear. That's not a good idea. Which is then funny because my title is Korok and Roll. No, I wasn't building a torture machine. I genuinely, honest to God. Oh, you missed some of the shit I was building before. I built the craziest murder machine, and then I did an entire shrine of murder machines. It was great. But, no. I, honest to God, was not building a murder machine. I was just gonna build a little cart and, send him down the hill in the little cart. And then he just yeeted. He just yeeted. I swear to God, this one. Where is she? Here. Melania. Melania the horse god. Have I been there yet? I have, because that shrine's done. Okay. I hear... What am I hearing? Is that like a... I don't know if you guys can hear it. I don't know if it comes through. But it's like a shimmering sound. Like, I'm wondering if I'm hearing a korok somewhere. Like, that's close. Oh, is it my... It's the weapon. It's the weapon. It's the weapon. The weapon makes like a pulsating noise. Cause when I change it, it's fine. Yeah. That's funny. Was there... No, I don't see it here. I might have to go back. 1 to 10 on game so far? 10. It has been... No. I'm not gonna lie. I would actually give it like an 8.5 right now. Only because I feel like it's actually unnecessarily difficult in some places. There are some instances where you walk into places and you're getting like one shot and it's just like, these are entry-level enemies. Like, why is this so difficult? So it's unnecessarily hard, which I feel like this is a Zelda game. Kids play these games. People like me who are idiots play these games. You know, like, you gotta be, you know. But I do love it. Big dislike on difficulty being a feature. It's not... I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's not that it's difficult. It's not that it's difficult, because obviously, like, you want games to progress as you get better. You want the game to get more difficult. But I feel like it's just... For Breath of the Wild, really, like, hunkered down and encouraged exploration. And this one, I feel like you're exploring and you're going into areas and you're like, oh, let me fight this guy, and you're getting one hit. And you're like, am I not supposed to be exploring? Because I can't fight anybody. So I'm just... That's my one frustration. Is I just feel like I'm being punished for exploring when exploring was like so heavily encouraged the first time, if that makes sense. But other than that, I love everything. The building stuff has been fun. The weapons have been interesting. I feel like I have yet to find any sort of, you know, master combination. Oh my god, is this a sled? You got one shot. I see. Not to be like that a dick, but I didn't. Like, I felt I was really decent at Breath of the Wild, and I think that's why I feel like so slap in the face right now with this game. It's because, like, I had no problem in Breath of the Wild being like, all right, we're gonna go fight this guy or whatever. You know, Lynels were hard, but they were meant to be. This is just like, oh, here's like some bokoblins and some moblins and stuff. Oh, and by the way, they're gonna literally destroy your existence. Like, I'm getting one shot, like I said, by like base enemies. I'm getting one shot by like moblins and bokoblins and stuff that like is stuff that I should be killing in the very beginning of the game and getting all their guts and getting all of their supplies. Like, it shouldn't be them killing me early game. No, stop going so low. Right, like, what I miss? Exactly! I'm like, hello? What'd I do wrong? Could have used that on the hill. Right? With a hill that I accidentally... Oh my god, that's so far. Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. So, we're gonna put you on here for a minute. And then... And we're gonna stop here for a second. Stop, wait, stop. Goodbye forever! I just wanted to get this shrine. Yeah, like, I'm just like, what am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Like, something's missing. Something's wrong. Because I am unable to do things, you know? Alright, please, I beg you, just don't fall in the butthole, okay? Like, anywhere else is fine, just don't fall in the butthole. Okay, do I have to talk to you again? Okay. Way over there, okay. Okay. Let's stick you. No, please, you're gonna fall in the butthole. Okay, stick there, perfect, okay. Grab. Alright, let's see if we can... Okay. He did. He straight stole my sled. Oh, we don't want to go here. Oh, we're going here anyway. Oh, we're gonna fall in the butthole! Ah! We're gonna fall in the butthole! I got it. GTA Hyrule Edition. Nice save, thanks. That was a very nice save, actually. Oh, jeez. I got very scared that we were about to yeet into the butthole for a second. Like, let's be real. I really thought we were about to butthole town. We were about to go to butthole town, let's be real, chat. We were about to bring this precious little korok into butthole town. Like, oh my ride. That's a quote, add it. You can add it. Butthole town. Like, the hole on your booty. Butthole town. Oh, it does not float. It does not float, chat. Sad. Glad I checked. Yeah, I don't know if it went in twice. We'll have to check and see if it went in twice. I don't think it did. It's a ski-doo, not a sea-doo. It's a ski-don't. A sea-don't. Ooh, this is a ski-doo. Right here, though. Did it just go the once? Nice. Oh, did you guys... Who was here for the Jenga? Were you guys here for the straight-up Jenga shrine? That was kind of fun. Like, there was a shrine that was legitimately just Jenga. Wait, can I get my thing out of the ocean? Where is it? Where is it? No, don't look at my quotes. They're weird. They're weird. is not very floatable. I'm not floating very well. Just for the record, that did not work very well. Floatable? Yeah, who killed the donkey? Oh, I didn't kill the donkey. It was dead, though. In case you were wondering, it was, unfortunately, deceased. Alright, so here's the problem. I need these logs, but I don't need this dude here. That's fun. That is so sad. It was kind of sad. I did, in fact, want to ride the donkey. Okay. Oh, okay, sail. Sail! Okay. Ooh, let's go all out, huh? Let's do like this, like here, right? It is not even. I love that for us. Okay. It's still not... Why won't you seal right? Oh my god, this is the most annoying thing I think I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. That's not gonna work because it's fucking straight. What? So what if I take this one off? What? If I take this one off and I put it on the other side? Wait, dragon music? Oh, Dinro, baby, where are you coming from? Are you coming out of a butthole? Wait, do they come out of buttholes? Dinro, Dinro, sweetie, are you coming out of butthole? I think Dinro may have exited from the butthole. Oh, that's a butthole dragon. That be a butthole dragon. Yikes. Butthole dragon. Hard yikes, chat. Hard yikes. Wait, what is here? Is this an arrow? Oh, a boat oar. It went under... I love how many quotable things come from Zelda games. Wait, now I can do this, right? Yes, I can. Watch these. I'm gonna go this way. Is this ripped? Is that what's going on? Is it because it's ripped? It has to be because the sail is ripped, right? This is ridiculous. Okay, I can swim this. I was trying to, like, take advantage of, like, the tools provided to me. But obviously, the game had other plans. Alright, I'm gonna use this thing right there. Get some air. So I don't have to fight this motherfucker. Because it looks scary. It looks like it has armor on. Catch you later. Smell you later. Does this one go all the way up? Got you a rusty halberd stick. The best one is rusty halberd, obviously. Alright. I'm going to guess. I'm gonna guess that eventually you get upgrades for your abilities. Because my rewind, like, there's no way that my rewind is supposed to take me up to a sky island. Eric, hello? To catch the sail? Well, true. 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 Hi, Eric. Welcome in. How are you? That's true. But I didn't have very much room. I didn't have very much room. You're meh? Hello, I'm new here. Hello, Eric Wright. Welcome in. Want to introduce yourself to the class since you're new? Turbine power. Okay. Okay, so we need to make wind somehow. No, that's not needed. I need to be able to move this. No? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, hold on. So this goes here. Okay. So that's gonna spin there. So now I have to oh fuck. Fire? Like, hold on, do I ride this? This? Alright. Oh, okay, cool. See, this one was turned on to tell you to come up here. That's what that was. Okay, turn this off. Okay, oh wow, I just burned it. Okay. Pick this up, chuck it so we get down. Pick this up, chuck it so we get down. Okay. Bye. Is there anything up there? There's a chest up there. Can I get up there? Does this go enough? Whee. Does it? Does it? Does it? Does it? Does it? I forgot what I was gonna say. I always say, if you forgot what it was that you were going to say, it couldn't have possibly been that important. And this is coming from somebody who pretty much constantly and consistently forgets what they're supposed to be saying. Okay. Alright, so let's take this off for a second. So the power stops. How many blades do we have? 4 blades. 4 blades. If we put a... It's gonna tip over though, isn't it? Okay. I've seen people play this so far, and I've noticed something. There are easy ways and there are difficult ways of doing things, but there's certainly almost always, yes, there is always more than one way to do things in this game. It's one of the beauties of it, but it's also one of the most annoying things about it, because you can't really ask people like how to do things or how they solve things, because everybody solves things differently, to the point where it's like, well, what actually is supposed to be the right way? You don't know. Okay. Nice and centered. Okay. Get you nice and centered, so you are center of balance there. Okay. Oh. Do I have to go quick enough? Is that what it is? Okay, that was way easier than I thought that would be. I thought for sure there would be multiple steps of that. This is the end. This is the... Okay. I thought for sure there would be multiple rooms of that. Nice. Thanks. May the light of blessing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So. Look at those pirate ships over there. Pirate ships. Let me see where I want to go next. Ooh, there's one right there. Wait, oh no. I opened that one, but I didn't go in that because I had the I had the little korok on the loose. Have you been in the butthole? I have. I have gone in the butthole twice now, and it's very scary down there. Have you been in the butthole? The dragons come out of the butthole, which is very strange to me. Me? Have you been in the butthole? The butthole? These are like the major minor tests of strength that I just don't feel like doing right now. Do you think we should venture down to the butthole? Do you think it's been enough of time? We can go down there now. Let's eat some glowing stuff and then we'll go down the butthole. We'll save real quick. Why is my nose so itchy? Oh my god. Okay, so we'll save real quick. Oh, that's not what I have to do. Save. Save. Okay. Alright, and then we'll go butthole surfing. I'm gonna... Wait, I have one, right? Oh, I have that. Oh, I don't have something to actually glow. Okay, hold on. Okay. Sure. That should be fine, right? You can do fish with that, right? Yes, okay. 8 minutes, okay. I'm in a hospital and can't play when I get out. I plan on investing In a PC, some don't think you're going in the butthole. Don't be furry. I'm fine. I'll live. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're in the hospital. Glad to hear that you were saving it for PSCL, though. What the fuck is that? Wait, how did I manage to fall into a boss fight? What is that? What is all of this? This is all new. This is all new butthole stuff here. I'm scared. Loz, I don't know. How do I do this? Wait, does this light underneath? Does this create light? Oh, it does. Hi, King. How are you? Welcome in. It does. It illuminates down here. I knew what you meant, mini boss. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I love it, Fire King. I'm loving it. Oh, it's the map down here. Oh. Oh, it's not really the map. It's just like a little tiny bit of darkness. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, am I getting hurt down here though? Hold on. Do I need to do... Oh, I can't. I can either glow or do one. Okay. Okay, hold on. I want to save real quick. Ooh, this is scary down here. Okay. This looks like Subnautica, but without the water. This was like a really... This was a design choice for Nintendo. They're like, no, we're gonna go dark. And not just like dark, like light, like being able to see things. Like we literally mean like scary. So there's craftable stuff here. Where on the map did I drop down? Here. Used to call it plains. Oh wait, I don't like that. There we go. Okay. Ooh, we can get some more muddle bugs. Those are nice, actually. Okay, and I can get one of these little firefly dudes. There we go. I can't really see anymore over here. Would be cool if I could find another... Ooh, here's some pose. What are you? What are you? What are you? I want you. Light up more area? Oh, I am what's lit up. So I have to find another one of those little trees, I guess, to light more map. Wait, what's that? No, that's just... It's just goop. Oh, here's some pose over here. Oh, here's some pose right here. Do you know how? Do you want to know a secret? I don't know if you're messing with me or if you actually do know. So, sure. I mean, I know you can throw the seeds. Like, I know there's the seeds. Yeah. There just has to be more, You can shoot them too? Yeah. You can shoot them, you can put them on the end of your weapon and throw your weapon. Or you can just straight throw them. Yeah, see, like... Ugh. Fuse, most used, Zonai type, okay. Where are my luminous seeds? There.
Yeah.
Or the bright bloom seeds, excuse me. Gesundheit, thank you. I was afraid of the dark, yeah. I mean, I'm not... Afraid's not the right word. I'm not afraid of the dark. I don't like the feeling of not being able to see what I'm doing or where I'm going.
Yeah.
So I guess if that's afraid, then yeah, afraid, but yeah. It's more like I just don't like not being able to see.
Yeah.
Okay. A puff shroom, okay. Oh, here's some pose. I just wish there was an easier way to, like, get in your inventory to throw. Other than having to... Oh. There it is. That's what we need over there. Or wait, is that the same one? Wait, is that the same one I already opened? Right there? Hold on, where to go? There? Is that the same one I already opened? Can I mark in the underworld? I don't have any more pins. Shit. Is that where I already marked? No, it's not. Okay. Just pointing out how great the game is. No one likes... Oh, most people I've seen looks like it's enjoying it. So everyone, because some of it made for the first playing Zelda since they were so young. I'm just curious. Oh, I love Zelda. I've been playing Zelda for as long as I've been playing games, honestly. The Link's Awakening, which throwback, was actually the game that came with my Game Boy. Like, it was like a package that you could buy at the same, like, with the Game Boy and the game. And Link's Awakening is what came with it. In, I think it was 1998. I think. So yes, I've been playing Zelda games for a very long time. Adventures of Link, that's the first one, right? No, the first one is literally just, oh. There's so many Poes over here. So I have gone back and I have replayed a lot of the ones from the beginning, and I'm not gonna lie, they're not my favorite. I tend to really, ooh, a control panel and a thing. Okay, hold on. So can we sail through this? Sorry, I saw things I needed and I got incredibly distracted. So I kind of really like when Zelda went a little bit more... I would almost say 3D, but that's not true because I love Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons and all those. But I really like Ocarina, Majora's Mask. Like, those are really my Twilight Princess. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little confused why there's building pieces over here for stuff. Like, are you fucking joking with me? You were like right there, like. So that's a little weird. Oh, that's not even straight either. So I'm just like, why is there building stuff down here, you know? Side-scrolling Zelda game, it sucked. Oh, it's the side-scroller. Okay. Maybe I don't remember it then. Okay. My glow's about to run out. Okay, shit. I'm gonna have to start throwing these things more. Yep. There goes my glow. Alright, I might have to cook more.
Yeah.
I lost sight of the thing, but I'm gonna guess it's over there. How do I get over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Stop. I keep doing this, like, every time. I gotta go throw stuff.
Yeah.
No. No. I refuse. I'm uninstalling this game. There's no fucking way he sees me. I fucking refuse. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way right now, my dudes. That is a demon Lionel. That's a demon Lionel. Laz, that's a Lionel. That's a fucking Lionel. Am I in hell? Wait, am I in hell? I think I'm in hell. I think I'm dying. I think I have reached the second layer of hell. Hold on. It's very hot here. Okay. Okay. Let's not be here anymore. No, I'm still in Akala, according to this. I want to keep exploring, though. But how do I... Shit. Shit. Alright, hold on. Let's go up. Shit. No, on fire. No. No! Get out! 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 I shouldn't be on fire anymore. Okay, I'm not on fire anymore. Okay. Woo. Okay, put this away now. Now put it away. Now put it away. There we go. Okay. Woo! Okay, so we can't go there. Oh no. Oh no. It's literally just like a transition, though. Like, you just go underneath and you're on fire now. Is that lava? Okay, so like, where's the transition? And how do I not be by this Lionel anymore? I want to go over there. See that? What's that? Is that that's a Poe. Just one Poe, though? Mark it so you know not to go there. Okay, how? I need a... Hold on. I need a pin that I'm not using. What is this? Yellow pin here. See, now I don't remember what my pins are. Alright, we'll get rid of that one just because I don't remember what it is. Because I need to pin this dude here. He's a fucking beacon of light. Do not go to the beacon. This is bad beacon. Bad beacon. Alright. Can I go there or will I burn? Don't touch it! What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm burning. I am on fire. I am dying. I'm dying. Fire keys. Okay. Well, this is not a vibe, my dudes. Where is he? I want those two Poes right there. So worth. Why? He's literally Satan. He's literally Satan. Oh my god, he's coming over here. Ah! We're going bye, 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 bye. No. Oh, give me that. What's he doing? What that dog do? Look at him! He's staring at me. Oh! The music! 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 Did you just say you're gonna shit? Like you're gonna shit your pants? Like you're scared? Am I gonna burn down here? I'm not on fire yet. I'm still not on fire. That's a good sign. Okay. We're making progress in the buttholes, guys. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you for the ride. Oh. Okay. I could ascend. I could ascend here. Oh, okay, I'm sweaty. Sweaty palms, guys. Spaghetti palms, guys. Oh shit, you are not gonna have a good time here with me. Or I'm not gonna have a good time with you, I guess is really what I should say. Sweaty. Oh, I killed him. I kill him. I can't carry any more bows? Oh. That's just shitty. A super Poe! The Ascendant I know, they really are. They really are, but I'm not mad about it. Nope. You'll get there eventually, Eric. You'll get there eventually. Oh, shit. There's no way he hit me. Amazing. Amazing. Or spell, apparently. It's okay. Who needs spelling? Who needs words? Words are gross. There's so many people down there. Autocorrect can't help me. Autocorrect doesn't know what to do half the time. So I'm like in this middle ground, guys. Maybe you guys can sympathize with me. But I'm in this middle ground where like if I turn my air conditioner off, I get too hot. And then I'm sweaty. But if I turn my air conditioner on, then I'm cold. And now my little toesies are cold. My toesies are cold. Wear some socks, change your shirt. Well, my shirt is a long sleeve shirt. A nature scale had to Really? I'm not wearing socks. I could put slippers on, couldn't I? But it happens all the time. Like, it happens while I'm sleeping, and it happens while I'm gaming, and it happens all the time. The AC is on low. I could just put some socks on, or I could get a blanket, or I could just get good and stop crying like a little baby. Alright, let's go. Let's go this way? I'll be here until night because I have no self-control. That's fair, Steph. That's fair. I am on vacation. Otherwise, I also would have no self-control. Okay, so that goes up there. So that goes up to there, which we did, which goes over there, and down there, and then that goes over there. So that goes down to up there. No, I don't want to be here. Alright, let's go back. See, I can't do this one. This one burns me. So I have to go back here. Okay, so let's go back here. I'm gonna grab a pair of socks real quick. Or a blanket. I should just grab a blanket. Yeah, there's a blanket literally right here. I don't need to do all that. I don't need to do a BRB. Look at that. And my dog was even laying on part of it, so like there's a little tiny little corner that's warm. There's some pose over here. What the fuck? Do I want to see Shadow Man? I'm scared. A traveler's sword. They just give you weapons and they leave? He's nice? That seems the opposite of what a shadow person would be. Can I hop? Nope. Yes. Oh shit, I thought those were closed. I was paying attention. See, this isn't so bad when you can actually light it up. It was pretty terrifying at the beginning when I couldn't see anything though. This shit's terrifying right here though. He's gonna kill me. Like, there's no doubt this dude's gonna kill me. Unless... Wait, what's that? Oh, he's one of the rock dudes. A pebblet or whatever they're called. Bro, you came at me hard, huh? I'm collecting your cat's soul. Your cat's soul is mine. Oh, I wish he did forget about me. I tried to... Damn it. Damn. I really, really, really thought I was gonna make that. Damn. How many of those poses did I lose? Damn. Oh, I'm right here. Kill him and take his horse? Way easier said than done, Eric. Way easier said than done. I have a Poe you can take. I don't want cat. Thank you, though. Oh, no, I don't want any of that heat. I don't want any of that heat. What is this? Is this turtle? What are you? What are you? Oh, shit. What are you, little dude? Hearts. There we go. Good enough. He does CrossFit and finds ghosts. Listen, Yaga, have you ever had sex with a ghost? Serious question. But boy, am I down to make a Craigslist ad. I have had sex and then been ghosted. That's very similar, Eric, but not quite the answer we were looking for. There's like a whole town over there. This is kind of creepy down here. Oh wait, where's any of my little treasure maps leading me to? Are any of them near me? Probably not. Ooh, I bet you the only way to get a horse to traverse down here is to steal one, isn't it? Like, what could go wrong? Obviously a great many things. Very, very, very many things could go wrong. Yes, Yaga. So many things could go wrong. I feel like we've been here already. Okay, so we traverse this way. There are horses roaming. Under here? Oh, I haven't seen any. Probably bone horses, right? Yeah. Can you get rid of the goo anyway? Like with water? Oh shit. Like how you can do with, the poo and water? The gloom doesn't... Oh, so they can walk through. Oh, look, there's a thing over there. Let's see if we can make it over there. Shit. Okay. Okay. Climb this tree. Oh, you son of a bitch. You literally jumped the wrong way. Where's my UV? It works in Redfall, why not here? That'd be really dope, actually. This is a whole ass, like, civilization down here. This is wild. Oh, see, I'm not gonna be able to go over here. Whoa! Look at that one. That is death. That is very death. Look at that. It's very death. Very death. Alright, so let's mark... Hold on. Let's mark death. Come on. Alright. So then we're gonna mark it, and then we're gonna replace the thing. Let's see. What pin do we use for death? We'll use the star for that. Alright, and then we'll mark... Where'd the other one go? This one. And then we'll mark this one. Holy shit. He's so far. What do we say, star? Okay. And then, can we make it to this one? Will we die? I think we'll die. I honestly don't think we can make it out there. I think we'll die. I think it's considered hot. YOLO? I mean, we've made it this far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The actual second we walk over. Alright, so this is the line right here. We can't go anywhere else, chat. Did I change this one yet? I did. Okay, shit. Alright, so let's go this way. Let's go this way, I guess. See if I can find a horse. Oh, it's just the rock. Oh, look, a mysterious soldier. I bet you should have just walked it. Oh, there we go. Interesting. Okay, what is this? A traveler's spear. Okay, I can't pick up Britney Spears right now. Let's get rid of one of these. This. Muddlebud is actually really useful in combat because it makes the person that you throw it at confuse friend from foe. So it's like a way to confuse your enemies and make them attack each other so you can get away or get a couple hits in or whatever it is you need to do. Okay, so there's a bunch of Poes up there. What's that? It's just a flame. Okay. Let's head over here. There's like a whole little caver in here. A little caveroo. Nice. Oh, it only broke part of it. Store run? Ooh, what are you getting? Bring me back some nummies.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Oh, here's a little stranger danger over here again. Little cavarooski. Little cavarunskis. What else can I get rid of here? Oops, wrong button. Let's see. A Traveler's Claymore. Nice. Alright, have I done this one? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Oh god, stop with the wrong button. Okay, so that one's done. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's done because it's lit up. I should be able to tell that, right? Nice. Now all of China knows we're here. No, see, I think this is breaking stuff. I don't think this is the way to go. There's one Poe. Another cave. Here's my stuff. Yeah, I get it. I fucked up. I have to spend 27 minutes whistling. How did that not blow that up?
Yeah.
Is this not a bombable wall? It quite literally looks like one. Oh, here you go, Eric. If this helps you, that's how you buy. This is how you check your money. And this is how you check how many Pokemon you have. I'm over it. Well, you know, now for next time. Not paying attention? It's okay. Don't worry about it. We did it. Dang, there's a lot of stuff to mine down here. This zone, but that's good because don't I need this to make the other stuff? Like, don't I need zoonite to make batteries? So, you can battle them, you can trade them, or you can just not give a crap about them at all. I like to collect them, that's all. You're good, Porly, you're good. I collect, yeah. I just like to fill in the Pokédex. Hey, so that did exactly what I wanted it to do. Amazing. Ooh, we don't want to go here for sure. Spread out all over the Hyrule. I found the player barbarian legs. Okay, so they do that. Okay, so that makes me happy that they do actually exist. They're just spread out. Okay. So these dark areas of the map make me think that this goes like straight up to like Hyrule. It's a traveler. Wait, what's the, like, the cloud? Isn't there a list of, like, what's in the shop? There is if you use, the actual extension, which is in my About panel underneath, underneath the stream, if you're on PC. But other than that, no. There's not, there might be in the Poke Help, but there's not, like, a list of it, no. Like, you can't do a command and it'll be like, here's all the things you can buy, which would be convenient, you'd think, right? Okay. This is like a big arena. There are Poe all over the place, holy. I don't even know where to start. Yeah, Pokeballs are 300, Great Balls are 500. Ultra Balls are what, 3,000? 1K? Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't know. I just don't know. I just don't know if the Poke Help command thing, like, has everything. Is that Talus? Is that what we're assuming that is? Like, what's in the middle of this thing? I almost want to find out, but I kind of don't want to fuck around and find out. You know? Like, I'm just collecting some Poes right now. A lot of Poes there, but there's a building thing over here. And maybe there's actually something I can, like, build together. Like, everything that's been over here has not been stuff you can actually assemble together. Oh, there's those thingies. Yeah, see? These don't help me. These don't help me at all. Oh, I'm almost in the dark where it's not not revealed anymore or whatever. Ooh, I don't think I can get any of this. This is all. Okay, I can get these ones. And I can get the... Oh shit. Get these foes. Or these beasts, I mean. Oh, can't get that. A fire key swing! Ooh. Wait, so does the fire keys... The fire keys wing also... light stuff on fire? Like how the... What do you call it? The Shockdo whatever eyes do? Okay, hold on a second. I see dudes over there. But I don't want to push it. Alright, and I need to get something on here to raise the durability up. Okay. Is it, Eric? Oh. That's kind of the worst, isn't it? Like, being hot and just, like, being, like, uncomfortable temperature is kind of the worst feeling. Oh, I didn't mean to touch it. I didn't actually mean to touch it. How many hits? Holy, 4 hits with this thing? Yikes. Okay. Did I get it all? I guess so. Alright. Get down. Get down. Alright. We can't go this way. This is all blocked. Yeah, okay. Right, if they ignore me, which would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. It's starting to get tight. It's starting to get tight. Absorbs heat, doesn't really set. Yeah, oof. Oh, yeah. That's a big lot of ick.
Yeah.
BRB? Okay, poorly. Make it all the way. There we go. Okay. We have made a lot of progress. Wait, so this needs to be discovered. This direction. I can't. Okay. I'm not getting a lot of bright seeds down here. Have I got this one over? Mm-mm. I don't know how much further down here I should go. Just because I can't see anything. No?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Okay. More building stuff? Still probably stuff I can't use. I don't understand. None of this goes together. None of this stuff, like, builds anything together. I bet you they want you to, like, go into this with, like, your own zonai pieces. Because some of this, it's like, I don't have, like, this doesn't build anything. None of this makes anything together. It's just weird. It's been a little while. I should probably save. I'm nervous that something's gonna happen. It's been too long.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Oh, it's in Kakariko. The Poe statue is in Kakariko Village, I think. Oh my god, this reminds me of Subnautica, where you, like, look over ledges and it's just complete darkness. Like, just complete pitch black darkness. They connect. I don't know how useful a balloon would be. But yeah, but there's not the fire. There's not the fire piece that you need to make the balloon float. You know, there's not... It's just like, you just don't have all of the pieces. Like, yeah, you have the wings and you have the fans, but you don't have the things to be able to... The control panel to be able to move it, you know? Things like that. That's what I mean by, like, you don't have everything. Yeah, there was no fire piece over there, yeah. Okay. I need to get... Oh, I've lost it. Oh, I've lost it. Here. Alright. Let's just put the red here, just so I can keep track. Where? Alright, I need to head towards the red. You have fire fruit and a stick? I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be enough light, though? Oh, that's... That did nothing. Hey, McAwful! Welcome in, how are you? Alright, can I make it over here? Without drawing their aggro too much. And without going into gloom that I can't see. That was almost the wrong button. That was almost the wrong button. Hello? Good, how are you? I'm doing good. We are exploring inside this butthole. It's very scary and very dark. And there's a lot of this gunk here that I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
If we're being completely honest. Oh look, more building stuff. Does any of it connect? Proctologist? Better than a podiatrist. Okay. We haven't died in a minute? Ooh, we're about to? Oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh fuck. That was scary. Where's your guts? Spill your guts. Spill your guts, or spill your guts. You're taking his title? I'm sure he would gladly give it to me. I'm sure he would very gladly give the title. A large Poe. Ooh, it's 5. Alright, now off to the butthole we go. Oh shit, that was a waste. So this is nowhere. So this is nowhere then, right? Because that's a wall. What? Then to build practically? Then why are they here other than to tease me?
Yeah.
Alright, I don't... Like, how do you get over there then? Oh. I can't see anything here. I'm just not touching the gunk, and that's all I know. Okay. Okay. So let's go up here, maybe? No, this is also a wall. That's why I run out of light so much. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, I was like a butthole in the butthole? But no, alas. I gotta go get some. I gotta go get some more bright seeds or whatever. Holy shit. Hold on. Hold on. Alright. Drop. Okay. Fuse. This.
Yeah.
Okay. They have to eventually lose aggro, right? Okay. Ooh. That was very nice bread, I would like to add. Perfectly cooked.
Yeah.
Perfectly simulated cooked.
Yeah.
Right, where's our... Like, I've lost what I'm fucking looking for. Oh, you son of a bitch. Ooh, I'm in water? Okay, hold on. I don't want to be in water when I can't see. Oh, I don't have a choice. Wonderful. Okay, let's go over here.
Yeah.
Okay, how far does this water go? Looks like it goes a ways. Looks like it goes quite a way. Alright, you guys don't see me. Alright, let me throw. No, wrong one.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering how much water is here. And if I'll be able to sneak around it. What's that? Oh my god, stop hitting the wrong button, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We're making moves. If we're making moves in the right way, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right direction, I mean. Alright, can't go that way. Can't go that way. Did these seeds stay? I'm gonna guess they don't. Like, if I leave and come back, all this light's gonna be gone. Pretty sure they won't, yeah. I feel like this is a waste. Like, I should just wait until I have more, like, glow, like, potion and stuff. So that way I actually glow. This is all water, this is all water. See, because now I'm going opposite direction that I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the root, I think it's a root. Bright root, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, now I'm gone, like... I'm still here, I'm just not... Like, I think I might have... Like, maybe I have to go around like this? Like, is that what the deal is? You don't know? You don't recall?
Yeah. Yeah.
The frogs eat the light flowers?
Yeah.
That actually, like, strangely makes sense. Light frogs? Yeah. Yeah, they're little shysters and they eat my light, you know. As frogs do. Back? Welcome back. How many do I have left? Oh, I went too fast. Am I in the 50s now? 51, okay. I don't want to get below 20. How goes hell? It's hellish, honestly. Exactly what you would expect from a place like this. What the hell is that? Do I just have to hit it, like... the construct thing? Fuck. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, fuck. Okay. We have to do it like the other one? Yeah, we have to grab the one that's lit up. Fuck. We have to grab the one that's lit up. Oh my, why are you... No! Oh my god. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Can you hold on, can you Z-target? Oh, fuck. It's close to us. Oh, yep. I was trying to be all swift, like, trying to be all what am I trying to do? Snazzy? Sniffy? Spiffy? Sniffy? I don't know. I was trying to see if you can Z-target and use the grab at the same time, which you can't, by the way. You cannot. And I let him get too close. I've probably lost so much progress. I'm so sad. Oh, he's right there. Okay, I didn't lose, like, a ton of progress. He's just right there. Okay. 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 Hey, you know what? Oh, here's my hydrate. Yeah. What's up? Chicken butt? I don't have work tomorrow. I know. Isn't that crazy for me? Guys, I am excited to sleep in tomorrow. I'm streaming so much this week. Like, I don't think you understand that you guys are gonna get so sick of me. I'm wondering if I just hit it, like, can I just turn it off? Nope. Can't. Okay. How did I beat the other one in the sky so easily? Alright, I think I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna light up my arena a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Okay. Alright, I'm gonna light up my arena a little bit here. Hi, Franklin. How are you?
Yeah.
Franklin, do exclamation point pinky.
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
There you go. Nice. Yeah, I did Franklin's and Porley's today because I'm a good little strimmer. Because I'm a good little strimmer.
Yeah.
Okay. So my arena is... Hi. Nope, nope, nope. Why can't I fucking grab it? Nope, 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 nope. Grab it. Okay, grab it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Run to it and beat the crap out of it with... What do I have that's the best? This is the best. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? It's on me? This is different. Oh, this is different. I'll read in just a second, guys. But he's like reassembling. Oh, what am I missing? Wait. Can I ascend on this dude? Alright, hold on. I'm actually confused. Now everyone's asleep. Yay, sleep. More than one way to beat this ice to fall apart. You may have fought level 1. This is level 2. Okay. Think. How do I get this thing out of the sky? It's launching at me, but it's always, like, it's not, like, throwing all of its stuff down at the same time. I tried to ascend. Maybe I'm not under it? Oof. Fuck. I really thought ascend. Have you tried yelling at it? Okay, so if ascend doesn't work. Have you tried not dying? You guys are so smart. Hey, you cube! Get out of the sky! So should I illuminate my entire arena again? Like, do we feel like that helped or not? I don't know if it did. I'm big brain guy. You are big brain. Biggest brain. Ask it out. Flirt with it a little. A little flirty doody.
Yeah.
Alright, maybe I won't do, like, as much as last time. Not running into puddles of acid helps. Do you think? Do you think I shouldn't do that? 4 corners. That's kind of what I thought too, but it's not quite... Maybe we'll do 1 or 2 more. So maybe 5 can do it. Instead of, I think I had like 6 or something last time. Because there's a bit of crossover.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 more I think will be fine. 1 more right here. That's in this little dark spot will be good.
Yeah.
Okay. We have our arena lit. We're gonna save again. So we don't have to do this again. Okay. Alright, let me think. So phase 1 we've got. We just have to pull it apart. And we hit it using this guy. So phase 2, when it's in the sky, and it drops down the rows of blocks, it never drops all of its blocks so that, like, it comes back down. I feel like Ascend should work, but maybe I'm just not getting there. Like, maybe I'm just not actually getting to the place where I need to do the Ascend. Grab it! Oh my god, you fucking... My Joy-Cons, I feel like, are way less accurate than my Pro Controller is. Grab. Oh, it's just gonna be the entire time of me just struggling to get my fucking Joy-Con to line up, right? Okay. Grab! Oh my god! I need my batteries to hurry up and charge because I'm gonna miss this so many times here. There we go. Okay. Give you. Yes, absolutely Pro Controller. Alright. Nope. Ooh. Okay, that's fun. Nope, no, you son of a bitch. That's his arm. Oh no. One more, okay. Oh, cube. Cube man now. I touched the goo! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 don't let him surf, don't let him up, don't let him up, no! Alright, so now we're in phase 2 that I still don't know how to beat. Can I, oh. Fuck, I don't think I can get him, wait, can I grab all of him? Grab, fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay, I see the block up top now. But how do you get him lower? See, I'm afraid to look up at him. It's not this simple, is it? Like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, 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 fuck! See, this is why I don't want to look up at him. Because every time I look up, I lose... There's no way that just flew over him like that. Like, get out of here. Oh, okay. Okay. That's progress. No! Don't throw the bomb flower, you dumbass. If I get hit with this, I'm gonna be so pissed. Okay, and then we'll hit it again. Lower it again. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Go, go, go. We're done. There it is. Okay. Whoo! Holy shit. Okay. What does this do? So I got one of these before, and I still don't know what they do. This? This thing? Fuse it to something. Anything? Interesting. See, that's what I thought. Is I was like, I thought it was like a piece, like a building piece. But I was like, how the fuck do you, like, you can't put it in your pocket? Plus 20 power. I see. Okay. So at the beginning, when I found the one at the beginning of the game that I beat, I didn't have the fuse ability yet. Because I accidentally fell on that island, not intending to. Where do these hiccups come from? Alright. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda over being down here. Like, I'm kinda over it. Oh my god, hiccups! What the fuck? Ooh. Hiccups. Oh my gosh. As long as you can keep the weapon, I see. I have to use the bathroom real quick. So once this loads in and I can pause, I will be right back. Actually, I don't even need to. You guys can just enjoy the rain. That's gonna make me have to pee more. No, no. Yes, yes. I return. Okay. So, we are going to Terrytown? Ooh, fuck, fuck, fuck. Is my shield zappy? My shield's not zappy? That's surprising. Thank you, Trim. You can sleep now? Very nice. I will probably go about another half hour. My internet has had a track record of going out right around midnight and then coming back right around at like 12:05. 12:03 even. So we'll probably go... actually, I'll probably... This is a good point. Like, I'll probably go to Terrytown, turn in this quest, and we'll call it. Yes, you can get zapped while doing anything. Mm-hmm. You can get zapped in the swimming animation while in the Zora armor, which I did not know until one day I got zapped playing this game. And I hit the ground and died. I got zapped and, like, pulled out of, like, the animation, and I fell to the ground and I died. Very annoying. Not kawaii at all. Not kawaii at all. Who am I gonna watch play this? Nobody's playing this game? Listen, I'll keep playing, but my internet will probably go out. I'll keep playing as long as my internet goes. My internet has just been being a brat lately, and it's been right around midnight. It just can't do it anymore, I guess. I don't know. That's not uwu. Saying that is gonna jinx the internet. No, I just want people to know and like be aware. Like, it's gonna fucking go out because that's just what it has been doing. I just choose my spend time. Honestly, Eric, I appreciate that. I appreciate that all of you guys choose to spend your time here. You know, especially like there's just so many streamers out there. There's so many people playing this game. You know, and I had really hoped that you know, my passion for the franchise would make people like want to be here instead of other places. You know. Fused sledge shield. What? A sledge shield? Yeah, get here? Nice. I'm glad, poorly. Okay. So, I have a rock now. I hit airplane mode to make people think the call dropped and I don't want to talk to. I wish it was a joke. I really wish it was a joke. Alright, so, okay. So where is this rock supposed to go? Oh, follow him to end, okay. Where? You've been where? With who? Excuse me? All the pink lights look nice, by the way. I don't know why, but it tickled my brain right now. What pink lights? These ones? Interesting.
Nope.
You may respond or not. Can I stand here? I am absolutely appalled right now. I'm absolutely appalled right now. No, I'm not mad. Was it gonna fall? Did I do it wrong? Fuck, watch it fall. Nobody saw anything. Nothing. There was nothing there was nothing to see. Nothing happened. Okay. Just waiting to see it tumble. I think it's all the way back at the top again. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wee, whoa. Okay, what do we got? A rocket. Okay, we like that. Okay. Got some stuff. Yeah, it's fine. Go. Where do I want to go? Guys, that was a humongous bummer, I'm not gonna lie. Oh look, there's an eye butthole. Use the stone to the ride. Alright, let's go back up again. But hold on, where is the actual shrine, though? You want to see horse, as in my horse? My horse? Boring. Show me horse. Okay, I'll go show you horse. Hold on a second. I want to figure out where this shrine is first. Like, is it on the other side of this mountain here? A Caramarant! Is it? Oh, it's right there? It, like, goes to, like, there. Ish. It goes to, like, this drawbridge here. Okay, so we're gonna have to get it here, and then down here, and over here, and across this water is what we're gonna have to do. But we're not doing that tonight, because that's gonna be absolutely fucking ridiculous. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to... Alright, I'm just curious, where is the tower? Over here. Found one of those Eventide shrines? Yeah, I've found a couple. I think I found 2 already. Okay. So where is the tower? Hold on. Okay, so this is the direction to look in. I need to find the tower. At least so we know what direction to head in. Okay. Don't need any of that. Alright, so we need to look to this way. Oh, fuck. Laneru is over here, that's right. We discovered that already. Well, not discovered, but discovered. That's gonna be tough. Oh, this is new. Wait. Being able to use the Sheikah Slate while you're gliding is new. Oh, here's Hateno. Let's go to Hateno over here. Seriously, that's a new feature. Alright, I don't want to be near these people over here. So we're gonna go down here. Alright, and then over here. Okay. Falling at this guy with no stamina is old though. That's true. Old news. Yeah, Mount Lanero is tough up there. There's a lot of snow in Hyrule if you think about it. Like there's Mount Lanero right here, and then there's the entire Hebra region, and then there's like North Gerudo. So it's like there's a lot of snow. And there's some skills there, Link. Do you see that quick turn there? I need more money, like, real soon. Because I need... Wait, why is it all mushroomy here now? I need the stealth suit. Oh, look, it's the little baby. She's so cute with her little glasses. Same, no money. I know. Honestly. Alright, so I think... I would like to get that shrine over there. This is so different. What the hell? Like, who came... They're, like, not happy about it. What the hell happened to Hateno? What the hell happened to Hateno Village? Wait, do I still have my house? Do I have to buy my house again? Wait. Why are you in my house? Okay. Zanmik. Nice. Oh, I gotta crack my neck. You didn't even ask them? I didn't. I'll ask them after. Not to be the bearer of bad news or bad news bearer, but she lives here now. It's not your house anymore. I don't talk to NPCs if you haven't noticed. Scoop it out. NPCs are below me. I'm the hero of fucking time. I don't owe them anything. I don't know if it was mine or yours, but it faltered a bit. Oh, probably mine. We know the answer to that. So then we want it to go this way. Oh, it's not gonna make it. Fuck. We'll go at an angle. Oh yeah, this one. Did you figure this one out already? Won't go back out? Oh no, it's... Okay. So I think my original idea is right, but not execution. Where's my thing? Where the hell is it? Is it gone? It's gotta be gone. That can't possibly be a solution. Like, they had to have planned for that, right? Like, they had to have planned for that. Pain to get this chest? Oh, I didn't even see it. Hold on. Is the chest at the bottom of everything? Struggling. Couldn't be me. Wait, how did I make it all the way up here and then... Oh, well now I'm in a pit of balls. My worst nightmare. No, I really can't move. No, I really can't move. Jesus. Can I climb on them? And nope. Climb up. Just the one? Nope, just the one time? Nope, just the... Okay, that's fine too. Yep, okay. Okay, that's fine. We can do this. So, hold on. Oh. Well, that was just stupid. Alright, so I think if I do it here, I might have enough time to climb up this ladder and grab it from the top. Even though I've got two, there's two here. Why didn't either of these go? Ridiculous. Alright, where? Alright, where's the chest? Where's the chest? Sure. Ooh, Wolfie. Ball pit, okay. Oh, there it is.
Wolfie7828 just resubscribed for 20 months. I have had such a long day.
Wolfie,
Went
I'm
into
sorry you had a
LA with my mom to see my brother.
Did you not have a good day in LA, or did you just have a long day? Thank you for 20 months. Holy shit. When did that even happen? That's crazy. Didn't I stay this long? See, I was close. I said that too. I was like, I wonder if it's gonna be in here. Alright, let's get rid of... Let's get rid of one of these. Alright, and that actually is like quite literally perfect timing, because I want it to end right around 12. 2.5, 3 hours to get there and 2.5, 3 hours to get home. Oh, gross. I actually like driving. Like, I don't mind road trips and stuff. But if it's just like a day trip, no. My day trips cannot be like entirely spent driving. I started from the caged part, so that chest made me mad. That's funny. No, I said that when I was down there. I was like, I wonder if it's gonna be at the bottom of the ball pit. Driving in LA. Yeah, driving in LA, I bet. Oof, one more and I can get a second heart. And then maybe I'll stop dying all the damn time. In the valley. Alright, chat. 9 hours? What? I thought there was only 8 hours. 9 hours in the book. 9 hours in the books. This was a good one today, I think. We got a lot accomplished today, and I'm going to get ahead of the internet. I'm gonna get ahead of the internet, and we're gonna, yeah, 8:55. That's crazy. All right. I didn't check. I didn't think to check the sides first. All right, let's find someone to toss a raid to. Guys, you guys have been super awesome. And I hope that you're ready, because you're gonna get real sick and tired of me. I'm telling you, you're gonna get real sick and tired of me. Because I am on vacation. I'm on vacation next week, so I'll be streaming pretty much all day, every day. If I'm being completely honest, you're gonna see me live a lot. You're gonna get really annoyed with me, and you're gonna be over it. Jeez. Will, too late. You're so funny. Oh, okay. Okay. We're gonna raid Miss Radcore, who's one of my favorite streamers. I adore her. I look up to her a lot. So we're gonna do super cool things, and we're gonna like spam her with lots of love, lots of hype, lots of everything. It would mean the world to me if you guys would go in there and just blow her shit up, because I absolutely adore her. She is playing Redfall, which we know, you know that we love Redfall. I know that it's a little controversial, but we love Miss Radcore. I will be live tomorrow. I don't know what time, but I will be live tomorrow, and we're gonna continue more Zelda. Yeah, it's been super awesome hanging with you guys the past couple days, and buckle up, because we're going for another seven more days. Bye, guys. Stay safe. Make good choices. Please give Rad all the love. And I will see you sometime tomorrow.